Chapter 26:14. Yan Wei frowned. Shadowless was looking at him from the front. Hearing what he said, Shadowless suddenly became nervous. Could it be that he had sensed something? He had sensed the location of Zi Chen's world? What's strange? Sina and the others all looked at Yan Wei. The life force here is denser than the outside world. This should be where the regeneration, godly source appeared. Also, if you sense it carefully, isn't the life force getting denser and denser? Seeing them nod, Yan Wei said, so there must have been regeneration, godly source here before, but it was taken away by someone. But who would take it away? There's only us here, Xavier said, then glanced at Sina. Clearly, he was the most suspicious. Sina said angrily, don't look at me. I didn't get anything. Didn't I tell you? If you don't believe me, then scram. Sina was very angry and irritated. He was no longer polite when speaking to these divine sons and divine daughters. Humph, Xavier snorted, but didn't say anything else. Tell us in detail what happened before, Yan Wei said. When I came, there were 12 level 6 here. I asked them if they were willing to come with me. Of course they were willing, so I released the soul-absorbing orb and they entered. However, just as I was holding the soul-absorbing pearl, I sensed their appearance. So, I hid the soul-absorbing orb's light and turned it into a small stone. Then, I used divine energy to create a fake one. Sina said helplessly, you know what happened after that. You stole the fake one. Then, I pretended to chase after it. Then, I came back alone and took the divine crystal and the stone. When I came here to collect the regeneration godly source, I found that it was empty. There wasn't even a drop. So, I asked the people in the soul-absorbing orb and learned that it was just a stone. In a fit of anger, I crushed it and the dregs were still there. When I went back to look for them, you came. It was that simple, but it was difficult to make others believe it. Because this was only Sina's side of the story, Yan Wei said. So you don't know how many people there are? What do you mean? Yan Wei said. You only saw 12 people, so you thought there were only 12 of them. What do you mean? Sina's eyes suddenly lit up. Can it be that there is someone else hiding in the shadows? This is the only possibility that explains why the soul-absorbing pearl was lost. But the divine crystal is still there, and it just so happened that there was a similar stone placed there. Under such circumstances, the only explanation was that there was someone else. He took the soul-absorbing pearl, and then took away the regeneration god source. Looking at their changing expressions, Chi Wei said, perhaps there is no regeneration divine source here at all. They have already taken it away. That's not very likely, Sina said. Because they don't know that others will come to take it from them, right? Yan Wei stared at Sina as though he were looking at an idiot. Even if there were no changes, the existence hidden in the shadows would still be able to easily destroy you. Even if I don't kill you, I should be able to knock you out secretly, right? Sina said. Even if he can knock me unconscious, what use does he have for the soul-absorbing pearl? He still won't be able to leave. Ji Wei looked at Sina as though he were looking at an idiot. I said you're an idiot, and you really think you're an idiot? He can go outside and find anyone. All he has to do is hide the soul-absorbing pearl on them. If they go in, it'll be very hard for them to come out. They'll still be controlled. What if he takes control of that person beforehand? For example, a divine servant or 9th rank. If he uses soul control in advance, how can they control the soul-absorbing pearl in the outside world? Sina's face changed dramatically. He said angrily, they don't keep their word. Are you an idiot? Don't say they don't keep their word. Why don't you ask yourself first? Sina didn't say anything. That thing was too extravagant. He couldn't afford to talk about it. Clearly, Chi Wei's analysis made sense. And so, the three of them looked at him, asking what they should do. Chi Wei said, right now we can only go out and search. See if there are any overly suspicious people. But there are so many people outside. How are we supposed to find them? They weren't the only ones outside. There were nearly 20 other godsons and goddaughters. They had brought quite a few people with them. How were they supposed to find them? There really are quite a few people, but if we can reduce the number a bit, that'll be fine, Chi-Wei said. Seeing the cold light in Chi-Wei's eyes, they all understood what he meant. They were going to start a war, and a war to the death. Only by reducing the number of people would they be able to control their numbers when they went out and find some clues. The four of them looked at each other. They hadn't considered how many people would die if they did that. As long as they could get those things, any number of casualties would be worth it. During this time, Chi-Wei and the other two tactfully didn't ask why Sina was so familiar with this place. Clearly, they were all pretending to be confused. Sina, on the other hand, was a bit annoyed. If it weren't for his brothers being so ostentatious and letting others find out about this, they wouldn't have followed him. Just like that, the group left. During this time, Shadowless quietly watched them. It had to be said that this person called Chi-Wei was extraordinarily intelligent. If it weren't for him, who appeared out of nowhere and broke this rule, then everything would have been as he'd predicted. However, these people were quite vicious. They'd started to clear out the crowd at the slightest disagreement. Most likely, more than 90% of the people participating in this trial would die. Soon, Shadowless told Zi-Chin everything that had happened. Zi-Chin didn't respond at all. Why aren't you saying anything? What's your situation? Shadowless asked again. Zi-Chin still didn't respond. Just like that, around an hour later, the restrictions here were activated once more, and then the figures of Yahweh and the others appeared once more. They're here again, Shadowless said. After appearing, the four looked around. Chi-Wei sighed. Looks like they really left. They're not here anymore. Let's go. The other three nodded disappointedly and left. You knew he'd come back? Shadowless asked again. Zi-Chen, who was in the world of shadows, smiled faintly as he listened to Shadowless. He didn't dare to say he was familiar with others, but he was all too familiar with Chi-Wei. He'd purposely heard what Chi-Wei had said at the end, so he didn't respond, because he was sure that they would appear again. As expected, after 15 minutes, Chi-Wei and the other three appeared again. However, this time, when they saw this empty area and sensed the life force around them, they really did leave. Time was tight. Of course, they couldn't stay here any longer. Right after they left this restriction, Zi-Chen's voice arose. Shadowless, please follow them. See if they've set up any traps along the way. Okay. Shadowless nodded and left. Zi-Chen's body flashed and appeared in this space. There was more life force here, but he didn't absorb it. After a while, Shadowless came back and saw a strange human. He was a little surprised and then asked, Is this your original appearance? No, this is my original appearance. Zi-Chen changed his appearance. Your aura seems to have changed. Did you give up the bloodline of the Life Star? No, if I did, I wouldn't have been able to see you. How is it? Did they leave any marks? You're right. Chi-Wei left some marks along the way. Once something strange happens here, he'll be able to sense it. Moreover, when someone moves forward, he'll be able to sense it. Have you memorized those marks? Zi-Chen asked. Shadowless nodded and said, I've memorized them all. Should we go out? Zi-Chen shook his head and said, Yi Qian and the others won't come out for now. I'd better wait here. Although my body has recovered, due to other reasons, my fighting capacity has decreased greatly. If another level 6 comes, I'm afraid he can kill me instantly. Are you going to refine the soul-absorbing pearl? Yes. After refining it, it'll be like having a group of level 6 fighters. At least we won't be threatened here. While talking, Zi-Chen took out the soul-absorbing pearl and easily removed its disguise. The entire soul-absorbing pearl emitted dazzling divine light. Then he sent his soul into it and sensed 12 powerful auras. At this moment, as long as his mind flickered, he could release the 12 people. However, before he could control them, releasing them would be life-threatening. Then, Zi-Chun extended his soul into the soul-absorbing pearl and tried to refine their souls. In fact, he was using the soul-absorbing pearl to control the other soul. As time passed, Yan Wei and the others didn't come back. The soul-absorbing pearl in front of him suddenly shone with a dazzling light. In the light, a ray of light flew out and turned into a figure. The figure half knelt on the ground and bowed to Zi-Chun, calling him master. His expression was respectful, and there were no flaws to be found. "Are there any other level SIXS here?" Zi-Chun asked. "No, there's only us. The level SIXS have all left." The level SIXS said, "All right, you go back first. I'll call you when there's a situation." "Yes." The figure turned into a ray of light and disappeared. The soul-absorbing pearl floating in front of Zi-Chun entered his mind. At this point, he used the power of the soul-absorbing pearl to completely control the 12 divine races. "Let's go," Zi-Chun said. Shadowless nodded and walked out of the restriction. Next, he would lead the way, passing through these restrictions without letting Yang Wei detect anything. When they walked out, the outside had become a battlefield. Killing was going on everywhere. In the beginning, the killing was still about the grudges between the two sides. However, in the end, everyone's eyes turned red and they killed whoever they saw. This was also Yan Wei's credit. He turned the entire area into a killing ground. The trial takers who came were dying constantly. Chapter 26:15. Boom! Terrifying divine power surged, and a false god was sent flying. Zi-Chun, who had changed his appearance, formed a seal with both hands. Divine power surged in front of him, turning into a palm print that flew toward the false god. This was the palm of destruction. It landed on the false god, who coughed up blood as he flew backward. These techniques were all in his soul memory. At this moment, it was very easy for him to use them. Such an attack was indeed powerful. At this time, the false god was seriously injured, but he was still a little away from being killed. He raised his hand again, and a fingerprint surrounded by divine light touched the false god's body. Surging energy surged out, turning into energy ripples that scattered in all directions. The false god was killed. The life force of the fake deity was obliterated. Zi-Chun pointed his finger again, and divine flames surrounded the fake deity. The false god's body turned into divine crystal, which he put away. This time, he joined this battle not only to kill the false god, but also to familiarize himself with these divine skills. After all, he now had another identity, the clone of the god. This identity would allow him to survive better in the divine realm. After killing the false god, he continued to move forward. During this time, he encountered some level 9 experts, but he did not kill them. His goal was clear, which was to kill the false gods. During this time, he would not fight if he encountered oracles. After a few simple exchanges, he would leave. If the other party's companions came, he would be in danger. This time, there were more than 20 divine sons and daughters. If each of them brought a few oracles below level 4, there would be dozens of them in total. Therefore, Zi-Chun, who had just become an oracle, did not have the capital to be arrogant. Moreover, a battle of this level should be a battle between oracles. As long as one's realm was not too high, under normal circumstances, it was impossible to quickly determine life and death. It was not normal for Zi-Chun to kill one person with a single slash. In the original trial ground, Tyrant and the others were still refining the mutant creature's nest. Even now, they had not completely refined it. During this time, their understanding of the rules deepened again, and their souls underwent a transformation. Soon they broke through. To be able to break through again in such a short time was a complete surprise for everyone. From this, it could be seen that the chances of breaking through in the god realm were much greater than in the lower realms. If I Chien hadn't brought them here, and if Shadowless hadn't found this mother nest, it would have taken Tyrant and the others many years to break through to the half-martial ancestor realm. This was just like the Azure Dragon Great Sage and the others back then. Their talent was not inferior to anyone present, but they had never come to the divine realm before, so the strongest cultivation level was only that of a great sage. Zi-Chin slaughtered his way forward. During this period of time, his understanding of the divine skill deepened, and he became more proficient in using it. Actually, it couldn't be said to be a profound comprehension. It could only be said to be a profound comprehension. This was because in his heavenly deity soul, there was already comprehension of the divine skill. Furthermore, this kind of comprehension had already reached an extremely high level. What he needed to do now was to experience it. It was worth mentioning that in this divine avatar, there was only Abdomen's energy and no God's world. Boom! The God's palm exploded, and a powerful shockwave spread out. Another false deity was sent flying. After killing this false divinity, Zi-Chan saw a group of people in front of him. These people were looking back at him. During this period of time, there were 4 people. It was obvious that the 4 of them had formed an alliance. Seeing that he had appeared alone, a hint of surprise appeared on their faces. It seemed that there were very few people who acted alone nowadays. Zi-Chen's body shone with divine light, and the aura of a God's envoy was released. Although he wasn't level 1 yet, he was indeed a God's envoy. Then he turned his head and saw a ball of regeneration, God's source, not far away. Looking at it, there were nearly 1,000 drops. To everyone present, this was a considerable amount of wealth. It was no wonder that the battle here was so intense. However, to him, a mere 1,000 drops of regeneration God source was nothing. Thus he began to retreat. He had no choice but to retreat because there was already a God's envoy walking towards him. This God's envoy had the power of 2 gods envoys around him. At this moment, with his current cultivation level, it was obviously impossible for him to snatch the regeneration God source from these people. Under his feet, he used the fleet-foot stride and quickly retreated. The level 2 God's envoy who was chasing him stopped. After seeing him retreat a distance, the God's envoy turned around and left. He didn't continue to chase after him. The battle was still going on, but Zi-Chan was far away from the battlefield. He was self-aware and knew that with his current strength, it was obviously impossible for him to snatch something from them. It could even be said that he wouldn't be able to get anything else for the rest of his journey. The absolute advantage from before was completely gone at this moment. Of course, the withered bones in his body was still indestructible. After returning, Zi-Chin sat on a big rock, looking a little bored. "You're giving up just like that?" Shadowless asked. "I have no choice but to give up. With my strength alone, I can't beat them at all. Moreover, I don't want to use other forces." He still had 12 level 6 gods envoys under his control, but he obviously didn't want to expose himself here. Otherwise, those guys would fight him to the death. Moreover, he didn't have the ability to kill those god's sons and goddesses for the time being. Zi-Chin smiled and said, "Most importantly, I've already gained enough this time. Next, I'll just treat it as wasting time and waiting for this place to open." "Oh, right. Can you help me check on Yi Qian and the others?" "Of course, no problem," Shadowless said as he disappeared from where he stood. Zi-Chin couldn't go back to where he was before. Soon, Shadowless appeared again. He looked at Zi-Chin and said, "They're still refining. They've all gained quite a bit. Their realms have all increased." When Zi-Chan heard this, he was very surprised. All of them improved? Even the level 9 ones have increased? Yes. It seems that the laws in the mother nest are very special to them. They've gained a lot. Shadowless said, "How much of the mother nest is left?" "There's still about half left." When Zi-Chan heard this, his expression froze for a moment before he fell into deep thought. While he was deep in thought, he would occasionally glance at Shadowless. Since they weren't attacking anymore, he had no gains and could only wait here. During this time, he would let Shadowless go back and see if everyone was ready to leave. As time passed, the chaos here became more frequent. In the end, They didn't even know why they were fighting. They only knew to kill anyone they saw. There were even a few times when Chen, an oracle, was ambushed. Therefore, he had to retreat again and deliberately avoid these people. During this time, Yue and the others still gained nothing. At the same time, they offended many people. The Four's reputation soon became notorious. The trial was coming to an end. All the teams gathered together. Without a doubt, every team suffered heavy losses. Chen retreated. He had to wait for Yen and the others to appear. With a flash, Yen and the others arrived. Chen stood opposite them, looking at them. As these people appeared, a powerful aura emerged. Among these auras, the weakest was at the false god realm. Obviously, everyone had gained a lot, especially Tyrant and the others who had broken through to the ancestor realm. Suddenly, they saw a god realm expert blocking their way. Everyone was stunned. It was a stranger. Not bad. Chen looked at them and smiled. An unfamiliar face, an unfamiliar aura, an unfamiliar voice, and an unfamiliar smile. It was a complete stranger. What the hell are you? Tyrant stared at Chen and asked. Chen thought of something, and a look of surprise flashed across her face. You succeeded? Chen nodded. As Chen nodded, the expressions of Su Mengyao and the others changed, and their faces became very pale, because they thought of a certain possibility. Even Yen's body swayed, and the way she looked at Chen changed. I say, we just met. Even if you don't welcome me, you don't have to act like this. Chen's voice sounded again. This time, it was his original voice, no longer disguised or hoarse. It was just a voice transmission. The pale faces of these people immediately changed, and their beautiful eyes stared at the unfamiliar Chen. Chen smiled and said again, I found something during this period. It's inconvenient to explain it here. I'll talk about it when we get back. After that, he looked at everyone and said, It's chaotic outside now. Don't move forward. Just wait here for the trial to end. However, there are some things that need to be unified. If they ask how you came back, just say that Skeleton fought with a Class 6 and both died. During this period, he killed a Class 5 and seriously injured another. That Class 5 ran all the way to the place where the mother nest lived. The craftsman ancestor killed the Class 5, and you obtained the mother nest and refined it. Of course, if no one deliberately comes to investigate, just say that everyone is alive because Skeleton died and saved everyone. If they ask about the process, then tell them that you obtained the mother nest. As Chen's words sounded, everyone clearly understood what had happened and looked at him in disbelief. The skeletons turned into gods with flesh and blood. Your skeleton. Tyrant sized up Chen. Chen's voice transmission was only for the 5 girls, so Tyrant didn't know. After seeing this, the craftsman ancestor and the others felt a little regretful, but they didn't say anything. I should go too, Shadowless said. Where are you going? Chen turned and looked at Shadowless in surprise. Back. Shadowless looked at where Yen and the others came from. If you go back, you'll still be alone, and there might not even be any Xenogeniacs there. Why don't you stay here and come with me? Come with you? Yeah, if you're not limited by this world, why don't you come with me? At least the 2 of us can chat. It's better than being here alone. Plus, the outside world is big and has many interesting places. Even if you go out for a walk, it's better than staying here. After all, you're familiar with this place. Chen started talking to himself again. Everyone was used to it and was even more certain that he was Skeleton. Shadowless thought about it and said, That's good too. Chen's face showed a trace of a smile. He was very excited. During this time, Su Mengyao and the others deliberately turned their heads and didn't look at Chen. However, they couldn't calm down for a long time. There were tears in their eyes. He was finally back. Chapter 26:16. The activation of the teleportation array signified the end of the trial. Sina looked at the teleportation array before him, and his expression became extremely unsightly. According to his original plan, he should have obtained a great harvest and swept through this world. But now he didn't gain anything at all. This loss was too great. So great that Sina felt like dying. This wasn't just a loss in this world. It would also affect his future plans. If we still can't obtain those things after we leave, we won't have another chance. Sina said coldly, his voice filled with resentment. This was resentment towards everyone, including Yue and the other two. If they hadn't come to cause trouble, he would have obtained everything. It seems we have to make a final gamble. After we leave, no one will be able to leave. If they don't cooperate, we'll have to kill them all. Yue's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. But there's so many godsons and goddaughters there. If we go too far, we'll definitely attract trouble. If we draw out the power behind them, we'll be in trouble. Xavier's expression was somewhat unsightly. We're just going to try. If it doesn't work, then forget it. Plus, we don't plan on killing everyone. The losses in this world won't attract any trouble. Yue said, let's go. We have to leave quickly. And so, the four of them led the few survivors behind them and walked into the teleportation array. In other places, after seeing the teleportation array, everyone felt as if they had been pardoned and hurriedly left. They had suffered great losses in the slaughter, and the mental pressure they had to endure was not small either. After all, Sina and the other two seemed to have gone mad, killing everyone they saw. They didn't even let those godsons and goddaughters off. After walking out of the teleportation array, they appeared in an enormous plaza. This plaza was large enough to hold tens of thousands of people. This was because the number of adventurers who had entered had already reached hundreds of thousands. Even if some died, the number that returned was still large enough. It had been like this in the past. In front of the plaza, there was a 9-meter tall platform. On the platform stood 5 god race members. Standing in the middle of the 5 was a man wearing a set of godly armor. His armor had the word General written on it, as well as the number 108. The number on the armor meant that this person was not only a god general, but also one of the 108 gods of the god realm. This was a titled divine general. This divine armor was also a titled divine armor. Obviously, the divine general on the high platform was the one in charge. There were 4 divine envoys standing beside him. At this time, all of them had respectful expressions. At this time, people appeared in the square one after another. They were the participants of this trial. However, there weren't many of them, and they were bustling with activity. Compared to the large number of people that had appeared in the past, the difference was huge. After these few people came out, their faces were filled with anger. They looked around as if they were looking for something. Seeing such a small group of people, the divine general frowned but said nothing. At this moment, he saw that everyone's anger had gathered together. Following the gazes, he saw a team appear. This team had less than 50 people. The divine general glanced at those people and frowned. He realized that it wasn't just one team, but 4. The 4 teams added up to less than 50 people. Furthermore, there was not a single divine servant among them, let alone a level 9. Following that, all sorts of lights flashed as trial challengers appeared one after another. But the number of people was still pitifully small. After these people appeared, they stared coldly at the 4 people, their eyes filled with hatred. Thus, the 5 people on the high platform knew that something had happened. It's a titled divine general. This is not good. Sina looked around. After seeing the divine general on the high platform, his expression couldn't help but change. Even if it's a titled divine general, he can't stop us from looking for something. Yan Wei said. He looked around the crowd, trying to find someone suspicious. Soon, 23 of the 24 people in the team appeared. Yi Qian wasn't among them. Why don't I see Yi Qian? Yan Wei said in a low voice. Who knows? Maybe she died in there, Xen Lin said coldly. She didn't hide the coldness and satisfaction on her face. A divine maiden can't die so easily, Xavier said. Sina said, Indeed, she can't die so easily. However, it's not like there hasn't been a divine maiden who died in the trial. Maybe this time she was unlucky and really found something unexpected. Xavier shook his head. Even if she was unlucky, she might not die. Sina said, if it was someone else, it would be fine. However, each Yen has that hateful skeleton by her side. Skeletons can easily attract disasters. After that, there were no more flashes of light. Clearly, everyone had arrived. The plaza that could hold tens of thousands of people now only had 300 or so people. Seeing this scene, the 4 divine emissaries on the high platform couldn't help but be startled, and their expressions became ugly. One of them asked, What's going on? Why are there so few people? In the crowd, a divine son stepped forward. He gritted his teeth and said, Sina and the other 3 joined forces and ambushed us. We suffered heavy losses. Another person stepped forward and said, That's right. Our team was ambushed by Xenlin and Xavier. They kept ambushing us, so we couldn't properly train. The other divine sons and divine maidens all spoke. Their words were filled with anger as they stared at the 4 with resentment. However, it was clear that when they called out the names, they only called out Sina and the other 2. They didn't mention Yen Wei. It wasn't that they didn't hate Yen Wei or that they had a good relationship with him. It was just that they felt it was meaningless. After all, he was only an adopted son. The celestial gods had too many adopted sons. However, the other 3 were different. They were the children of the celestial gods. Naturally, they were more important. The process was very simple. Sina and the other 3 ambushed them and then used various methods to frame them. In the end, everyone was truly enraged. This caused everyone to suffer heavy losses. Was it for you to train or for you to kill each other? The titled divine general said coldly. His sharp gaze swept over the 4, reporting to the divine general. The reason for this is that we were ambushed first and almost died. Moreover, we have clues that it was their people who did it. Yen Wei cupped his fists and said, Nonsense. You're spouting nonsense. I didn't even know you before. How could I attack you? Immediately, a divine son retorted and glared at them. Yen Wei's expression didn't change. He said again, when we were ambushed, we lost a very important item. That item could be exchanged for a lot of contribution points, allowing us to rank higher. At that time, the 4 of us planned to split the contribution points evenly. However, after the ambush, the item was lost. Naturally, we had to look for it. The titled divine general said coldly, I want to know what it is that could make you guys pay any price and kill so many people to find it. Yen Wei said hesitantly, This we don't know. We just thought that it could be exchanged for a lot of contribution points. However, if the item is lost, the person who stole it will definitely know. The titled divine general glanced at Yen Wei. Then his gaze swept across the field. Now, let's count the contribution points. Do you have anything to exchange? All the divine sons and divine daughters looked at each other. Their expressions were very ugly. They had fought in the latter half of the stage. How could they have gained anything? Moreover, even if they had gained something, they would need to develop their own forces in the future. Naturally, they wouldn't exchange it for contribution points. All right, let's count. The titled divine general waved his hand. He was just asking. He didn't expect them to exchange for contribution points. A divine son walked out from the crowd. A token appeared in his hand. He handed it to the god emissary on the high platform. The god emissary's hand released a light of energy. The light activated the token. The value of 120,000 appeared on the token. 120,000 contribution points. A first-class divine city, the titled divine general said indifferently when he saw the value. Then, the second divine son stepped forward. His contribution points were 130,000. 130,000 contribution points, a first-class divine city. Then, the third divine general stepped forward. 210,000 contribution points, a second-class divine city. 100,000 contribution points was a first-class divine city. Every 100,000 contribution points would increase the reward by 1 level. So on. If one had 900,000 contribution points, they could exchange for a 9th-class divine city. If one's contribution points exceeded 1 million, they would be rewarded with a general-level divine city. This was the ultimate reward of this trial. In history, no one had ever achieved 1 million contribution points. However, because of some reward rules, 2 people had been rewarded with general-level divine cities. Although they were both first-class divine cities, it was still very impressive. During this time, the divine sons and divine daughters stepped forward. They all had 100 or 200,000 contribution points. Very few could reach 300,000. Soon, it was Exanlin's turn. The divine general glanced at her contribution points and said, 380,000, a third-class divine city. A smile appeared on Exanlin's face. According to the current contribution points, she was ranked first. Next was Xavier. His contribution points were 350,000. He was ranked second. Sini smiled coldly and stepped forward. His contribution points were as high as 460,000. This made Exanlin's face turn ugly. Her first place was gone. At this moment, only Chi Wei was left out of the 23. Chi Wei handed over the token in his hand. After seeing the contribution points on it, even the titled divine general revealed a look of surprise on his face. Contribution points, 590,000. Level 5 divine city. Hearing this number, everyone's face changed. They looked at Chi Wei in disbelief. Chi Wei was very regretful. He was only 10,000 contribution points away from a 9th-class divine city. However, an 8th-class divine city was also good enough. At this moment, the divine general finished calculating. He said, according to the ranking rules, the first place reward will increase by 3 levels. The second place reward will increase by 2 levels. The third place reward will increase by 1 level. Chi Wei will get an 8th-class divine city. Sini will get a 6th-class divine city. Exanlin will get a 4th-class divine city. Exanlin was angry. She didn't expect the 2 of them to get so much. Xavier, on the other hand, was very regretful. He was ranked 4th and didn't get any reward. Looking at the smile on Chi Wei's face, Sini said in disbelief, "Why do you have so many contribution points?" Chi Wei smiled faintly. "I killed a lot of enemies." Everyone knew that in that world, killing a lot of enemies was useless. There were even some who couldn't get any contribution points. Only by killing enemies of a higher level could one get more contribution points. Chapter 26:17. The sudden appearance of these people attracted quite a bit of attention. Everyone turned to look at the team that had suddenly appeared. At the moment, their 23 teams only had 300 people in total, but the team in front of them had nearly 200 people. In addition, they all had powerful auras. If they weren't false gods, then they were divine envoys. Seeing this team, the titled general's expression changed slightly. He felt that this team was different. "Sorry, I'm late." Yi Qian looked around, then bowed to the titled general on the stage with an apologetic expression. "Yi Qian, it's you. You're still alive?" Seeing Yi Qian appear, Sina looked as if he'd seen a ghost. He couldn't believe it, especially when he saw the people beside Yi Qian. It was as if they hadn't lost anything in this trial. The others in the crowd were also in disbelief. They'd mocked Yi Qian for bringing the least people, but she'd gone in with the same people and came out with the same people. "Why can't I live?" Yi Qian looked at Sina and asked. Sina snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Hatred appeared in Exanlin's eyes. Iqian's appearance made her very unhappy. Plus, Iqian hadn't lost anything, which made her very uncomfortable. Seeing Sina's expression, Yan Wei's expression changed slightly, but he didn't say anything. Xavier wasn't surprised. How could a divine lady die so easily? But soon he found a problem. He couldn't see the skeleton in the crowd. Where's the skeleton? That strange existence could be seen at a glance, but now he couldn't see it. He can't be dead, right? Yan Wei looked around. Sina's gaze quickly swept around. Sure enough, he didn't see the skeleton. He seemed to think of a possibility, and shock appeared on his face. "Give me your token," said the titled general. Iqian nodded, took out the token, and walked forward. Exanlin mocked and ridiculed. With so few people, even if they come back alive, how many contribution points can they get? Although it wasn't pleasant to hear, many people agreed. They had too few people. Perhaps they couldn't even get 100,000 contribution points. This was the minimum requirement to get a divine city. Iqian smiled but didn't say anything. Monk and the others didn't say anything. The oracle took the token and injected his energy into it. The next moment, a number appeared on the token. The oracle was stunned when he saw the number. He couldn't believe it. He blinked and stared at the token again. Then he blinked again and repeated the process. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. "Can't you see the numbers? My good sixth sister, don't tell me you didn't get a single contribution?" Her words caused the crowd to roar with laughter. Facing the laughter from all around, Iqian remained silent and didn't retort. She was in a good mood. In fact, it should be said that she was in a very good mood. She didn't want to argue with the other party. Moreover, that person had returned. Her heart was filled with light. Even if she did not gain anything this time, she was willing and happy. She didn't even mind giving out the contribution points she had earned this time, because she was too happy, too happy. This was the first time in more than 5,000 years that she had been so happy. In this case, she naturally wouldn't lower herself to Exanlin's level. She wouldn't lower herself to the same level as the others, lest they say that she was narrow-minded. She told herself to be magnanimous. The oracle's expression was very strange. Then he handed the token to the immortal general. After seeing the contribution points, the immortal general was shocked for the first time. He didn't report the value immediately. Instead, he looked at Iqian and said, "Where did this token come from?" Iqian said, "When we left that world, it fell from the sky." The immortal general nodded and didn't say anything. He was lost in thought. The people around who were laughing felt that something was wrong. They looked at the immortal general. Even if there was no contribution points, the immortal general shouldn't have such an expression. They saw the immortal general frowning and thinking. He seemed to be in a dilemma. Obviously, he had encountered something difficult to solve. How many contribution points are there? 1,000,000? Everyone guessed. Even if there were 1,000,000 contribution points, the immortal general should just follow the rules. He shouldn't have such an expression. Just as everyone was confused, Iqian asked curiously, "Immortal general, how many contribution points are there?" The others were also curious. The immortal general glanced at Iqian and said, "I have never encountered such a thing. I believe the others haven't either. I can tell you the contribution points, but we need to discuss the specific reward." Iqian nodded and said, "Immortal general, please tell me the contribution points." The immortal general said the contribution points are 99 million. What? As soon as the immortal general's voice fell, it caused an uproar. More than 9 million contribution points? How is that possible? Even if we kill all the creatures from the alternate space in the trial ground, it's impossible to get more than 9 million contribution points, right? Moreover, even if we add up the contribution points of all 23 of them, we won't be able to reach this value. If this value is correct, what level of reward should be given? Cheating. This must be cheating. "My lord, this value is wrong. It must be cheating." While they were shocked, the divine princes all clasped their fists at the immortal general and said solemnly. The immortal general was in a dilemma. He obviously didn't dare to believe that the value was correct, but the rules of that world were already very perfect. There was definitely a basis for this value. Therefore, he looked at I Chien and said, "Although this value is 99 million, I believe it's not a value that you should get." As soon as the immortal general's voice fell, everyone nodded in agreement. That was indeed the case. There couldn't be a mistake. Now, even a fool could see that there was something wrong with this value. However, the immortal general's next words made their faces turn ugly. "I believe that the real value you got should be more than this. This is the limit that the token value can reach, so the value stopped here." As soon as this was said, it caused an even greater uproar. Everyone was in disbelief. The immortal general said again, "Can you tell me how you got these contribution points?" Hearing this, I Chien's eyes became moist. She looked at the immortal general and said, "To be honest, only a little of these contribution points were obtained by us. Most of the other contribution points were obtained by one of my guards." "Just a guard?" The immortal general looked at I Chien in disbelief. I Chien nodded and said, "Yes, that guard of mine is very unique. His combat power is very strong. This time, he entered as my guardian. He's a skeleton without a physical body. But after entering, we found out that he could get extra rewards for killing those creatures from another dimension." "Extra rewards?" The immortal general's expression changed when he heard this. Yes, he could get extra rewards for killing a level 9 creature. When we first saw him, we were very shocked. However, we guessed that his soul level should be very low, but his combat power should be very strong, said I Chien. Those who knew about the skeleton's existence became very upset when they heard this. If killing a level 9 creature could give extra rewards, then how much extra reward would the skeleton get for killing a level 1 or level 2 false god in one strike? In fact, the real contribution points weren't much, only a few 100,000. What was really amazing was the extra contribution points, which was the original intention of the trial. And then, asked the immortal general. I Chien said, "Then we didn't do anything. After that, it was my skeleton guard who killed the enemies. He killed the level 9 creature, killed the divine servants, 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 killed a level 1 creature, then a level 2 creature, and a level 3 creature." Everyone was very shocked when they heard this. They finally guessed why there were so many contribution points. Just killing a level 3 divine servant alone would give a very scary amount of reward. The immortal general understood the source of the high reward, so he looked at I Chien and asked, "Then what about your guard?" I Chien was very sad when she heard this. Tears welled up in her eyes. "In the last battle, we met 2 level 5 creatures and 1 level 6 creature. My guard killed a level 5 creature and seriously injured another level 5 creature. Then he fought a level 6 creature. For us, he died together with the level 6 creature. There was an uproar all around again. He would be rewarded for killing a level 9 monster, but he had already killed a level 5 or 6 monster. Just killing these 2 monsters alone would give him more than 1 million contribution points. If this wasn't a lie, then how strong was her guard? Everyone was shocked, but they also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was already dead. Otherwise, he would have been a difficult opponent. Sina and the other 3 also had the same thought. They looked at each other and saw a hint of relief in each other's eyes. They had provoked the skeleton before, but they didn't expect him to be so strong that he could take a level 6 creature down with him. Sina's expression became more and more unsightly. Everything was going wrong. Looking at I Chien's sad expression, the immortal general said, "This is indeed regrettable, but you were lucky to be able to come out. Are these contribution points counted? Ichien asked, on the verge of tears. She looked very pitiful, but in fact she was very happy. This was just a story. Even if the skeleton died, she wouldn't be too sad because the main character was alive. These contribution points were exchanged by you, so of course they count. However, the rules didn't say what reward should be given for so many contribution points, so I have to go and discuss it. Then I'll have to trouble you, Immortal General. The Immortal General nodded slightly, then took the contribution medallion and disappeared. The gazes of the surrounding people instantly fell on Ichien. You're quite lucky. That skeleton is dead, but you're still alive, Sina said coldly. My luck has always been good. Who knows? Maybe I'll meet other guards later. Ichien looked at Sina and smiled. Sina clearly understood the meaning behind Ichien's words. The other party had 2 bodyguards, and both of them had caused him to suffer greatly. His expression became even more unsightly, and Ichien's smile became even more detestable in his eyes. Soon, the Immortal General returned. He looked at Ichien and said, "This amount of contribution points still counts, but I'm sorry. We can't convert it to your original level. After some discussion, we've decided to give you a level 9 General City. In addition, we'll also give you some high-quality divine crystals as compensation." Chapter 26:18. After hearing the amount of contribution points Ichien received, everyone guessed that Ichien's reward would not be small, but they did not expect that it would be a level 9 General City. Wasn't this reward a little too high? Moreover, not only was it the highest reward in history, but it was also divine crystals as compensation. Why? The other divine sons and divine daughters were very unwilling, but they knew very well why all this was happening. It was because Ichien had received too many contribution points, so much so that it had reached the limit of that world. According to the rules of the reward, it was not too much to give the other party a heavenly god city for 1 million to increase 1 level. If this happened to them, they would definitely use their family connections to put pressure on this titled divine general and get the biggest reward. Now that the other party had offered a level 9 general city as a reward, it proved that there was still room for negotiation. They would definitely fight for a higher level city as a reward, no matter whether the divine general accepted it or not. This was the attitude they should express. Unfortunately, this kind of thing did not happen to them, so they were very unwilling and uncomfortable. They felt that the reward was too high. Perhaps this was human nature. It was the same for the Shin clan. Ichien was naturally satisfied with this reward. Even if the other party did not give her a reward, she would still be happy and would not argue. At this time, she was just a little curious, so she asked, "How many divine crystals will the divine general give as a reward?" This curious question, in the eyes of the others, clearly showed that she was dissatisfied and was ready to bargain. They cursed in their hearts for being shameless, and then they were very curious about how many divine crystals the divine general would give as a reward. 100,000 high-quality divine crystals, the divine general said. When the others heard this, they all gasped. This reward was really too great, and they could not help but feel jealous. But in the depths of their hearts, there was another voice. If it were them, they would not agree, because the reward was too little. "Thank you, divine general." Ichien nodded in satisfaction and thanked him gratefully. The divine general nodded at Ichien in response, a rare smile on his face. His hanging heart was relieved. In fact, he thought that the other party would bargain, so he had already made some concessions. He did not expect the other party to agree directly. Before giving her the reward, he first understood Ichien's identity and knew that she was the daughter of the heavenly pagoda battle deity. He even knew that the pagoda battle god loved his daughter very much. However, his daughter was not very friendly to him. As such, they couldn't afford to be negligent. Hence, they gave Ichien as much reward as they could and prepared to bargain. "Keep this well. The divine crystals are in this city. There's a total of 110,000 of them. A palm-sized divine city appeared in the hands of the divine general. Above the divine city, divine light lingered, and a powerful aura was released from the divine city. It was clear that the titled divine general had added another 10,000. Thank you, divine general. Yi Qian thanked him again and accepted the general grade divine city. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared enviously at the general-level divine city in Yi Qian's hands. Their eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and even hatred. Humph, as expected of someone with a low-grade bloodline. You really don't seem to have seen the world. Looking at the joy on Yi Qian's face, Xinlin was so angry that she could not help mocking her. However, she didn't notice her own expression when she mocked Yi Qian. Her eyes were filled with greed, as if she couldn't wait to see through the divine city. She does look like she hasn't seen the world. However, it's understandable when you think about her bloodline. The other divine sons and divine daughters also chuckled. Their faces were full of mockery, but the greed in their eyes couldn't be wiped away. Mockery also flashed across Ji Wei's eyes. However, this mockery was directed at these divine sons and divine daughters. He had once called Sina and the others idiots and trash. This thought hadn't changed in his mind. If they didn't have the status of divine sons, they would be worthless. How could such people be compared to people like them, who had climbed up step by step from the bottom? In terms of intelligence and scheming, both he and Yi Qian were superior to these divine cities. Unfortunately, their birth was so noble that they stood at an extremely high position the moment they were born. Yi Qian ignored the mockery around her. She put away the general grade city and returned to the team. At this moment, the titled divine general said, Ji Wei, second place. Reward, grade 7 city. He reached out and a divine city appeared in his hand. Although it was also surrounded by divine light, its aura was much weaker than Yi Qian's. Ji Wei stepped forward, took the divine city, and thanked him. Why? At this moment, a cold voice rang out. It was Xinlin who spoke. If Ji Wei was second, then Sina was third. Xinlin, who was originally third, was about to become fourth. However, she wouldn't get any rewards. Yi Qian is first, the titled divine general said. But she came late. The rankings have already been arranged. Xinlin said unhappily, What are you doing? This is the rule. What rule? If you don't give me an explanation, I will report this to my father when I return. Let's see what punishment you will receive for targeting a divine daughter. Xinlin said resentfully. When the titled divine general heard this, he cupped his fists and said, If the Tower Battle divine god thinks that we have handled this matter wrongly, we will accept any punishment. You, Xinlin, glared at the titled divine general. The titled divine general ignored Xinlin and said, Sina, reward. Grade 5 divine city. Many thanks. Sina received the divine city and thanked him. After that, other divine envoys distributed the divine cities to everyone according to their rank. After receiving the divine city, Xinlin glared at Yi Qian with resentment. She thinks that Yi Qian harmed her. Actually, she doesn't really care about the difference in divine city. She just can't swallow this anger. Moreover, it was in Yi Qian's place. Yi Qian, I am not finished with you. Xinlin glared at Yi Qian and coldly said, If you really have the ability, then I will wait for you. Yi Qian glanced at Xinlin and indifferently said, The titled divine general looked at everyone and said, The rewards have been given to you. Next, you can develop your own forces. Only when you become stronger, divine race will also become stronger. As for where to place the divine city, that will be up to you. I believe that you already have a decision in your heart. I will not explain it here. Next, the titled divine general said some very official words and then announced the end of the trial. Finally, he looked forward to everyone's growth. Divine cities are under the jurisdiction of divine race. All divine cities must be reported to the divine realm. Only the cities that have been reported can receive protection from divine race in times of crisis. The trial ended like this. Everyone prepared to leave. Wait. At this moment, Yang Wei loudly said, I have some things to ask everyone. Everyone can leave after a while. The other deities and goddesses only glanced at Yang Wei with mocking smiles on their faces. A mere adopted son of a divine god. What qualifications does he have to order them around? Everyone prepared to leave. The titled divine general glanced at Sina and the others, and his figure flashed and disappeared. Although his position in the divine realm was very high, in the end he couldn't compare to his father. Therefore, after knowing that something might happen, he left first. After he left, the other 4 divine envoys also left. Next, they can do whatever they want. After all, the trial was over. If you dare to leave, kill without mercy. Now that the divine general had left, Yang Wei was no longer worried and said coldly. The other divine sons and divine daughters all turned around and glared at Yang Wei. We just want to ask some questions. It will be over soon, Sina said at this moment. Everyone was unwilling to cooperate. Or rather, they didn't cooperate at all. Moreover, they could already see that Yang Wei was one of Sina's hired thugs. Yi Qian ignored them and turned around. Let's go. Wait. Yang Wei came forward and stared at the people behind Yi Qian with a cold expression. What are you waiting for? Are you not convinced and want to fight? Monk looked at Yang Wei and said coldly. Yang Wei ignored Monk and looked at Yi Qian. Your people don't seem to have suffered any losses. Yi Qian said coldly, Why do my people have to suffer losses? Aren't skeletons losses? That's true. But I didn't see you in the second area, Yang Wei said. Idiot, we already got an opportunity in the first area. Why do we need to go to the second area? On the other hand, you fools, what have you obtained this time? There are almost no dead people left. The monk said coldly. Yang Wei snorted and turned around to leave. Clearly, these people didn't reach the second area. Thus, they didn't have any conflict of interest. This was true because they didn't see Yi Qian and the others. If they had seen them, their people wouldn't have suffered no losses. Thus, Yi Qian left with her people. As for the others, they continued to stay. As for how serious this matter would become, Yi Qian didn't care. If possible, she didn't want to see these people ever again. Next, they had to consider the next question. Now that the trial was over, where should they go? Yi Qian thought for a moment, then turned to Toby and said, You all return to the divine city first. Wait for my orders. Yes. Toby and the others nodded. The people of the Moon Wolf bloodline and Toby's people left. Only the craftsman ancestor and the others from the Life Star were left. Yi Qian looked at the craftsman ancestor and said, Craftsman ancestor, where do you plan to go? We want to go back to the Life Star to take a look, the craftsman ancestor said. That's good. When you want to come to the divine world, you can go to the divine city to find Toby. After that, the people brought by the craftsman ancestor also left. They hadn't returned to the Life Star for a long time. Wuji also left. Wuji's cellmates also left. After that, Su Mengyao and the others stayed. It was unknown if Monk and the others had any thoughts of leaving. In short, the 4 women wouldn't leave because Zi Chen was still here. Yi Qian looked at the others and said, Let's go to the 10th area. Chapter 2619. The 10th Domain? What is that place? The group started to use the teleportation formation in the city to move forward. During this time, Shadowless and Zi Chen returned to his world. Zi Chen did not appear. In the divine realm, there are a total of 9 gods. They each control a domain, other than the 9 domains controlled by the 9 gods. There is a domain that is not controlled by anyone. That is the domain of the fallen god. However, it has now become the chaotic 10th domain. I want to put the city there. The other sons and daughters of God would choose to set up camp in the domain controlled by their parents. This way, they would be able to obtain a lot of help when developing their forces. However, Yi Qian and the tower battling god were estranged. Hence, she would not seek protection there. No one had any opinion on where to develop their forces. Hence, they followed Yi Qian. This is your world? In Yi Qian's world, Shadowless looked around in shock. Yi Qian nodded. At this moment, he was in his true body. Shadowless could clearly feel his heaven-defying soul that belonged to the Life Star. This world is almost perfect. It's really amazing. Feeling the aura flowing in the air and the rules of this world, Shadowless let out a heartfelt exclamation. Bringing Shadowless around this world had already recovered. All kinds of strange creatures were appearing. After a while, Yi Qian said embarrassedly, "Originally, I brought you out to let you see the outside world. However, we will have to postpone it for now. I hope you can help us with something at this time." "What is it?" Shadowless turned around and asked. "When we reach the outskirts of the 10th domain, I want to trouble you to find out which place has the most creatures from the other space. Of course, it means that there are more mother nests. We will set up camp there. After all, once we put down the divine city, it will be very troublesome to put it away again." Yi Qian said. Actually, this was a problem that he had thought about for a long time. When he wanted Shadowless to come out, he also had this idea. After all, no one could discover him. He could go anywhere he wanted, including the nests of the mother nests. Yi Qian even thought that if he entered the deep abyss of the Lightning God Palace, those hurricanes would not be able to do anything to him. Of course, he was just thinking about it. After repeated teleportations, Yi Qian quickly arrived at the 10th domain. After that, she went to a huge divine city. That was the core of the 10th domain. All the divine cities would report here. After showing her the goddess token, the god emissary in charge of arranging the god cities' reports politely brought her to the map of the god realm. On the map, a few areas were specially marked. Those areas were categorized as especially dangerous, high, medium, low, normal, and other similar levels of danger. The so-called danger here was that the creatures from another dimension were numerous and strong, and the Protoss rarely set foot here. Yi Qian looked at the particularly dangerous area and asked, "If we choose this area, is there anything we need to pay special attention to?" "It can't be more than 10,000 miles away from the nearest city. If it's too far away, it'll be very troublesome to build a teleportation array between cities. Of course, if you insist on not building a teleportation array, it's not a big deal. Very few people go there," the person in charge said. "Didn't you say that the establishment of the teleportation array must be reported?" Yi Qian asked. "That's for the other 9 regions. This region doesn't have too many restrictions. However, if you don't build a teleportation array, you won't be protected. Of course, you won't have to pay the management fee on time. There are pros and cons, but I have to remind you that this area is very dangerous. Very few people go there in the first place. Even if someone does go, it's too dangerous, so they choose to give up on the city. Therefore, there are many divine cities there, but very few of them can develop. Under normal circumstances, even god generals don't want to set foot there. Let me think about it. If the location is confirmed, can I inform you to build the teleportation array?" "In theory, yes. However, that area is too dangerous. No one can guarantee that the nearby cities won't be attacked. It might take a long time to find a divine formation master to build the teleportation array." From the other party's tone, it was obvious that they were very afraid of that area. Even divine formation masters weren't willing to go there. Yi Qian bid farewell and left. She planned to go take a look herself. After several teleportations, Yi Qian appeared. He was the god emissary's clone, and he had changed his appearance. "When we reach the outer region, Shadowless will go and check it out. If there's anything valuable, we'll stay there," Yi Qian said. The others didn't have any objections. As long as they could grow and fight, they could stay anywhere. Moreover, after experiencing the uniqueness of the mother nest, they naturally wanted to hunt more. This way, their cultivation speed would naturally increase. It was worth mentioning that Monk and the others were now god emissaries, the same level as Zichen. The reason for their rapid improvement was all because of the mother nest. Zichen increasingly felt that this was a shortcut to increasing his strength. Of course, Monk, Demon Ape, and the others still didn't know that Skeleton was Zichen. At the beginning of the teleportation, the cities they arrived at were all very large, very lively, and very stable. However, after a few long-distance teleportations, the cities they arrived at became smaller and more dilapidated. In the last few teleportations, the cities were very dilapidated, and there were very few people. Every time they appeared, the people in the city would look at them with an inexplicable gaze. In the end, the places they arrived at could no longer be described as cities. They should be described as castles. In these castles, there were less than 100 people. It seems that this place is indeed dangerous. There's almost no development in these cities, and there are so few people. However, as they moved forward, they could still see some people. These people looked very confident and high-spirited. They should be god emissaries who had obtained a city and wanted to make a name for themselves. In the realm of the gods, all god emissaries could obtain a divine city, not limited to god sons and goddesses. The only difference was that other god emissaries had to exchange for a divine city with contribution points and divine crystals. These god sons and goddesses could obtain a divine city for free as long as they participated in a trial. There were many cities here. It could be seen that there were many confident god emissaries who wanted to open up a territory here and create a miracle. Unfortunately, they all failed. Finally, after several teleportations, they arrived at the border. This was the furthest city so far. When they arrived, they found that the city was dark. This was a small castle as usual. The city's protective barrier was fully activated, but there were too many creatures from different dimensions gathered around. They were so densely packed that the castle could only be illuminated by the light of the barrier. Looking at this scene, Ichien said, "It seems that this place is more dangerous than we thought." Then the group walked outside. At the entrance, there were 2 veterans guarding. They were probably the only people in the city. They were only divine servants, leaning against the door listlessly. When the group arrived, they stood up and looked at them. "Are you planning to open up a city here? I advise you to forget about it. This city will be captured soon. When that time comes, you won't even have backup." One of the veterans kindly advised, "We're just here to take a look." As they spoke, the group walked out of the barrier. "This city is about to fall. Don't go too far. Before the city is destroyed, I will send a message," said the veteran. "Thank you." The group walked out. As soon as they walked out of the barrier, Ichien's body surged with divine light, forming a wave of fluctuation that spread out. This fluctuation spread out, but it didn't immediately send the creatures from different dimensions flying. It only made them retreat. Although many died during this period, it was far less deadly than other places. Then, Zichen and the others appeared. After they appeared, they didn't say a word and kept attacking, creating a passage. Boom! A powerful god's palm converged in front of them. Wherever the palm passed, creatures from different dimensions were sent flying. Soon, a passage appeared, and the group appeared one after another. After coming out, they found that there were still many creatures from different dimensions in their line of sight. However, they didn't stop and continued to fly forward. During this period, there were many creatures from different dimensions chasing after them. In the sky and on the ground, there were black masses everywhere. Sure enough, it was difficult to expand here. Killing these creatures from different dimensions can get some materials. These materials can be exchanged for divine crystals. During this period, the God Realm will also give some contribution points. While moving forward, Ichien said, However, most of the creatures from different dimensions don't have the materials that the God realm needs. Most of the creatures from different dimensions in this place have them, but they are stronger. Everyone present knew this. In the previous world, they had obtained a lot of resources from the creatures from different dimensions. There were even special energy crystals. Looking at the densely packed creatures from different dimensions behind them, Zichen said, "It seems that this is a good place, but I don't know if there is a mother nest." As they spoke, they continued to fly forward. After traveling for about 10,000 miles, they suddenly turned around and saw a divine light fly into the sky and then explode, sending out a wave of fluctuation. It was the signal sent by the veteran of the city. The city was about to fall. So fast! Zichen, who turned back, was stunned. It had only been half a day, and the city was about to be destroyed? At this time, the group obviously wouldn't turn back. Keep moving forward. Yiqian didn't stop. She had a level 9 general city. In addition to its high level, the city defense array was also of high quality, so there was no need to worry about the city being destroyed by creatures from different dimensions. After flying forward for tens of thousands of miles, they were surrounded by creatures from different dimensions. Helpless, Zichen said, "Shadowless, please look around. I'll wait for you here." "Okay." Shadowless left. "The rest of you, follow me to the world." After saying that, Zichen opened up his own world, enveloping everyone together. After seeing this world, Monk and the others were stunned. Chapter 26:20. This was a world that seemed very familiar to them. Even the laws contained in this world felt very familiar to them. It was the principle of the Life Star. They felt like they were back on the Life Star. "Skeleton, you have a world." Tyrant raked his eyes around, feeling surprised. "Why is the aura of this world the same as the aura of our world?" "What do you think?" Zichen smiled. Divine light flickered on his body, and he turned into Zichen. You're Zichen." Tyrant rolled his eyes, looking at Zichen disbelievingly. Mo Yuan and the others were also astounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. "It's fake. It must be fake. How could Zichen be a member of the God Clan? He's the one who defies the natural order of the Life Star. You skeleton, why do you want to turn into Zichen? Tell me, what do you want?" Tyrant shouted, his eyes gazing at Zichen of the God Clan. "You bald bastard. Why can't I be a member of the God Clan? Who set the rule that I have to be a member of the Life Star?" However, at this moment, another voice arose from behind them. It was a smiling voice. Everybody turned around and saw another Zichen. This Zichen in front of them had the aura of the Life Star. He smiled at them kindly and excitedly. You. Tyrant rolled his eyes, looking at this Zichen. He could sense that they were the same, but their auras were different. How could there be two Zichen? At this moment, Su Mengyao couldn't control her emotions anymore. She ran towards Zichen. Zichen hugged her. Su Mengyao cried, hugging Zichen tightly. When she got the news of Zichen's death, she was desperate. Zichen gently patted her back. "It's okay. I'm back." The other women were also shedding tears. Yiqian was included. However, there were too many people at the moment, so they didn't immediately pounce on Zichen. This was mainly because they already knew that Zichen's soul had awakened, so they were able to suppress the excitement in their hearts. "I told you that you wouldn't die. How can a scourge like you die?" Tyrant's expression also became incomparably excited. "Such a big divine world is waiting for us to bring disaster to it. Countless mother nests are waiting for us to refine." The demonic ape, Zhang Haotian, LV Peng, Longhu, and the others were extremely excited too. This time they were all alive, but Zichen was nowhere to be seen. They had bad guesses in their hearts, so they rarely talked about Zichen when they were chatting. It wasn't that he didn't miss her, but he didn't want others to be sad. Now Zichen was still alive. Skeleton was Zichen. With Zichen's return, everyone was naturally overjoyed. Therefore, the monk said boldly, "It's rare for us to get together, so this is a good time to drink. Do you have wine?" Zichen shook his head. "No, I don't." He had always been a skeleton, and he couldn't even eat anything. How could he have wine? He had wine in his world. But at the moment he had fallen into the abyss, he had nothing left in his world. What a bummer. The monk snorted, but the smile on his face didn't diminish. "I'm going to the city to buy some," said Ichien. "No need," Zichen smiled. "I'm already happy to see you all safe. Moreover, you're the goddess. How could I let you come here?" Obviously, this was Zichen's joke, and everyone laughed along. However, they had to admit that Ichien, the goddess, was the reason why they could reach this step. For Zichen to be able to leave so smoothly, he had to thank Ichien the most. Even the entire life, Star had to thank Ichien. Because of Ichien, Shi Yan had been able to borrow people from the Star Passage during the war. If it wasn't for Ichien, Zichen might not have been able to reach this height. He might not have been able to protect his life star and suppress the foreign races during the war. Although Shi Yan had saved Ichien, he owed Ichien more than this favor. Putting the past aside, everyone had to thank Ichien for reaching the divine realm and breaking through. If Ichien hadn't opened the door to the divine realm for them, they wouldn't have been able to reach this place. Even the craftsman ancestor, who had the strength of rank 4, wouldn't have been able to reach the divine realm by himself. "I have wine here, but I don't have food." Shangguan Yu opened her mouth and took out a lot of wine. This was something she had prepared for Zichen. She had kept it in her world for a long time. Different from the monk and the rest, the 4 girls didn't encounter any danger in the lightning divine palace. Therefore, they were still in their original world. Looking at the space that appeared, Ichien said in shock, "This is your world? You can open it here?" Shangguan Yu nodded lightly. Ichien looked at the others with a questioning gaze. Ichien was surprised to see that the others had also opened up their own worlds. "You can't open it outside, but you can open it here." This should be related to Zichen's world. The monk opened his own world as well. However, there was nothing in his world. There was only endless Buddhist light and chanting. It was a Buddhist world. Ichien said regretfully, "Seems like this is the uniqueness of the life star. After becoming a god's envoy, my world disappeared. Now, there are only energy elixirs. For the existence of life stars, the biggest miracle was to have their own world. With this world, they would have many means. There's quite a lot to eat in this world. Zhang Haotian, let's go catch some food." The monk's gaze fell on the distance. There were living creatures that had turned into small beasts jumping around. Zichen is the ruler of this world. He can catch all the small beasts with just a thought. Why would he need to go out of his way to catch them? Zhang Haotian said. "Only then would it be fun? This Lord Zhang likes to do it himself." The monk ran out, and the devil ape followed him. Because there were many people, Xing Chen, Longhu, and the others also went to help. Soon the fire rose and the aroma spread. Good wine and good meat. It was so satisfying. Regarding this, Zichen felt a little guilty. Shadowless went to find opportunities for them, but they just ate, drank, and chatted. During this time, they couldn't help reminiscing about the past. They talked about their regrets and their great achievements. For example, the monk mentioned the first time he met Zichen. At that time, he was much stronger than Zichen. He easily broke all the bones in his body. Every time he talked about this, the monk was very proud. This should be the only achievement he could be proud of after fighting with Zichen for so many years. "Oh, yeah, since your world can be opened, why don't we let those creatures from the other space in? If we bring them into this world, won't we have the final say?" The monk's eyes suddenly brightened as he said directly. The others also looked at Zichen. Apparently they agreed with him. "Let me try." Chen's heart moved. He saw his world open and connected to the outside world. The pursuing creatures from another space-time suddenly lost their target, and all of them were stunned, somewhat at a loss for what to do. Some dispersed, while others were still around. The surrounding space suddenly began to distort. A space passage appeared out of thin air. They looked at the passage curiously and slowly walked toward it. Almost without any hesitation, they walked into the passage. The other creatures from the other space also walked in one after another. Under everyone's gaze, the creatures from the other space appeared at the opening of the passage. When they arrived, they looked confused, as if they were a little surprised by this strange world. But very quickly, they saw Chen and the rest sitting at the table, and they all rushed towards them. They once again showed their cruel side. However, this time around, they only managed to travel several thousand meters before coming to a stop. They were all emitting a bright light, standing there motionlessly. That was the light of the rules. In Chen's world, he was the ruler. All the rules revolved around him. He had the final say here. With a thought, these creatures from the other space were suppressed by the rules and couldn't move. All the creatures from the other space who walked into this world were frozen in place. Moreover, this world was big enough that Chen could use this space at will. Therefore, although these creatures from the other space kept coming in, there wouldn't be a crowded situation between them. Chen and the others all stood up and looked at the increasing number of creatures from the other space who couldn't move at all. Their eyes were shining as if they had discovered a new world. Looking at those frozen creatures from the other space, the monk said, "If this continues, your world will become a killing machine. You can kill creatures from the other space at any time. No matter how many creatures there are, they won't be able to catch up to your killing speed." Chen nodded and said, "In theory, that is indeed the case." As soon as he finished speaking, bolts of lightning flashed in the sky and fell on the creatures from the alternate space-time. The lightning was filled with the destructive rules. They lost all their vitality and fell one after another. They all died in an instant. After seeing this scene, Chen smiled and said, "It seems that we need to hire some people to collect materials." The demon ape next to her said, "No need to deliberately look for them." As soon as his words fell, his body flashed with black light. Hundreds of demon ape clones appeared and walked towards the dead creatures from the other space. During this period, each of them had a sharp energy blade in their hands and began to decompose the useful things on the creatures from the other space. It seems that this especially dangerous area is a paradise for people like us. They all laughed, their eyes filled with longing for a beautiful future. Outside the original city, a black mass of creatures from the other space enveloped the place. Among these creatures from the other space, there was a different existence. It was half human, taller than the castle, like a mountain. It held a huge mace in its hand and smashed it down at the city below. Every time it smashed, the light barrier would tremble violently. In the light barrier, the two veterans looked at the scene above them with shocked expressions. "Let's go. They definitely won't be able to return. This place is about to be broken. This big guy is too scary." The two retreated to the teleportation formation and entered it. As the two of them disappeared, cracks appeared on the teleportation array. Then, with a loud boom, it exploded and collapsed. The teleportation formation was destroyed. This was something that had to be done. This city had to be abandoned. Boom! In the sky, the light barrier was smashed. The city was broken. Chapter 26-21. The light on the castle dimmed and finally shattered. Like a broken crystal, it turned into specks of light and disappeared. These space-time creatures immediately rushed into the city and destroyed everything that they could. After the destruction, they would occupy this place and use it as a nest. Some of them would stay in this nest, and some of them would continue to destroy another city. It was as if their appearance was to destroy. Constant destruction. The tall creature walked into the castle with a single step. When it took its second step, its body began to shrink until it was the size of an ordinary creature. While it was transforming, the mace in its hand was also transforming. It entered the castle and walked into the depths of the castle with familiarity. In the center it saw a wall. It raised the mace and smashed it against the wall. Boom! Boom! Once, twice, the wall was smashed and gravel flew everywhere. A large space appeared behind the wall, and in that space there was a bright ball of light. "How dare you come here?" As the wall was smashed open, a voice came from the ball of light. A light flew out from the ball of light and turned into a person. "This is a soul. It should be the owner of this castle." The creature didn't speak. It raised the mace and smashed it again. This time it only smashed once, and the soul's shadow was scattered. Then it opened its mouth and sucked the soul's shadow into its stomach. After swallowing these soul shadows, it burped, and its body released a strong light. Then it turned around and left, but after a few steps it returned and smashed the mace again. Boom! The ball of light shattered, and cracks appeared around the wall. The city was completely destroyed. At the core of the 10th domain, there were many dots of light. Each dot of light represented a city. At this moment, another light spot disappeared. The person in charge glanced at the disappearing light spot, and after seeing the area where the other party was, he smiled and said, "Another one is gone." In a particularly dangerous area, this kind of disappearance of light spots is very normal. Looking at the speed of the demonic ape's avatars disintegrating, the monk shook his head and said, "No, your speed is still too slow." After saying that, his body was surrounded by golden light, and avatars appeared one by one. This is the Arhut avatar. After these clones appeared, they joined in as well. Immediately after, the others also displayed their abilities. It seems this method won't work. We need to hire others to help, Yi Qian said, looking ahead. But first, we need a place to stay. Then, we need to build a teleportation array. Otherwise, no one will be able to come here, Zi Qian said. That's true. We can only continue like this for now. Yi Qian nodded. She looked at Zi Qian and asked, "What's up with that avatar of yours?" "It's a soul derived from the heaven god's bone, and it's under my control." Hearing Zi Qian's words, the surrounding people all turned to look at him in shock. At first, they thought that Zi Qian had used the soul of a heaven-defined being to simulate a divine avatar in order to confuse the world. However, from the looks of it now, not only was that not the case, the origin of this clone was also not to be underestimated. After that, Zi Qian explained in detail what had happened after they left the first district, and the birth of the deity's soul. You even obtained quite a bit of regeneration god source. Where are they? When the monk heard this, his eyes lit up. Over there. Zi Qian pointed upwards. The space there was distorted and opened up. The rest of the regenerative divine source appeared. Seeing so many regeneration celestial sources, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Under normal circumstances, the regeneration divine source was calculated by drops, but there was still a large pool of regeneration divine source here. At this moment, there was a sheathed saber on one side of the regeneration god source, as well as the heavenly lightning wings. They were currently nourishing the soul. "So much? And it's only a quarter?" asked everyone in shock. Zi Qian nodded. "Yes, I used a lot back then, especially the heaven god's soul. It used up the most." "That's good stuff." At this moment, Tyrant tapped his foot and his body immediately soared into the air, heading straight for the regeneration divine origin. Buzz! Strands of law energy suddenly descended from the sky and landed on his body. The monk felt his body grow heavier and heavier. It was like he was carrying a mountain on his back. He was unable to soar, and he slowly fell to the ground. "I say, we haven't seen each other in a long time. It's not easy for us to meet. Aren't you being too stingy? Why can't you give me some regeneration god source to save my life? You'll be with me from now on." There's no need for regeneration God Source to save your life for now, Zichen said with a smile. The others knew the monk's character very well, and they all laughed. After the first wave was cleaned up, the law energy descended from the sky and swept past the bodies of the space-time creatures. Their bodies were immediately disintegrated by the law, turning into dust and disappearing from this world. In other words, they became nutrients for this world. Immediately after, Zichen opened another gap and continued to let in the second wave of space-time creatures. They didn't have any intelligence. When they saw that the entrance was close, they quickly saw a large number of space-time creatures. In the blink of an eye, the space-time creatures were all gone. None of the creatures that entered came out. The surroundings were silent. It had to be said that this kind of killing method that could open up a world was too terrifying. In this way, no matter how many space-time creatures there were, there wouldn't be enough for Zichen to kill alone. The space-time creature that broke through the city flew into the depths. On its body, the light was still shining. Moreover, the aura on its body was not very stable, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. For humans, the mother nest was an opportunity, a great opportunity. However, for space-time creatures, the divine city was also an opportunity, especially in the depths of the divine city, the soul in the ball of light. That was not only the soul of the divine city's owner, but also the soul power that the divine city had accumulated over countless years. After this existence absorbed the soul, it had obtained a great opportunity. Next, it had to wait for its body to transform. As it moved forward, it saw a huge open area. It was rare to see such an open area without any other creatures of its kind. In addition, the nearby existences also looked at the open area with a hint of doubt in their cruel eyes. It didn't care and flew forward. However, when it reached a certain place, it suddenly stopped and looked around. Time passed by little. After about 15 breaths, its eyes locked onto a certain direction. It took the mace and smashed it in that direction. Boom! It obviously smashed into the void, but it came into contact with a solid object, and there was a tremor. Its body was forcibly knocked back. While it was retreating, its eyes flashed, and its body began to expand. In the blink of an eye, its body became incomparably huge. Then it raised the mace and smashed it in that direction again. Boom! Another rumbling sound rang out, and a black crack appeared in the space. However, the crack quickly healed. In Zichen's world, everyone was dissecting their harvest. During this time, laughter and cheers were constantly heard. Zichen was resurrected, and now his world was the nemesis of these space-time creatures. Everyone's future was very bright. Suddenly, a tremor came out, and the whole world trembled. What's going on? Several people raised their heads and looked around. This is Zichen's world. Why would there be a tremor? Someone is attacking outside. Zichen quickly sensed the reason, but just as his voice fell, another tremor came from outside this world. Finally, the barrier of this world was broken, and a strong force swept in. Wherever this force passed, the vitality in the surroundings disappeared. The grass and trees turned into dust, and the wetland turned back into sand. Swish! Zichen's figure flashed, and he disappeared from this world. As soon as his figure appeared, he felt a terrifying aura sweeping over. Then he saw a giant with a mace in its hand smashing down. It can actually sense the location of my world. Zichen was shocked. Light lingered under his feet, and he used the 9 lightning passes and quickly retreated. Boom! This time, the attack didn't hit the empty space. Instead, it landed on the ground. The ground trembled and cracked open. A gigantic fissure and a powerful chi rushed towards Zichen. At this moment, Zichen saw the other party clearly. It was a big guy with half-human body, and it was very strong. Its realm was unknown, but it was definitely not something he could resist. Thus, without saying anything, he disappeared again. What happened? Seeing Zichen return, and his face was pale. Everyone could not help but ask. A terrifying big guy came, and it can sense the location of my world. We have to go. As he spoke, his figure disappeared again, entering the world and appearing again. It seemed that there was no change, but Zi-Chen's figure was already thousands of miles away. This was equivalent to using his own expanded world to teleport. This was his first experiment, and he only teleported thousands of miles. Behind him, a strong aura surged, and that powerful existence caught up. You can't catch up. Zi-Chen turned back, looked in that direction, and disappeared again. When his figure reappeared, he was already thousands of miles away. Then, with a few more teleportations, his figure completely disappeared. This was one of his world methods, and he could use it to teleport. But this way there were pros and cons. Chapter 26-22. After several teleportations, Zi-Chan reappeared and chose to fly away. It wasn't that he couldn't teleport, but he was worried that the other party would be able to detect the spatial fluctuations and chase after him. Even if he hid his world in space, the other party would still be able to sense it. As he teleported away, his world would immediately open up, and the fluctuations would be even larger. The other party would definitely be able to sense it. After running for nearly 10,000 miles, he finally stopped and entered his own world. The others were looking at him in surprise. It seems that even though I can open up my world at will, I can't do as I please here. That existence, just now, was too strong. It's not something we can deal with. Zi-Chen said, "The most important thing right now is to find a place to stay." The others nodded. That existence didn't chase after them. Perhaps it was because Zi-Chen had completely shaken it off. After waiting for a long time and seeing that there were no abnormalities, they continued to kill other space-time life forms. In the 10th region, the last teleportation formation in the most dangerous region, there were 4 people standing in a castle. According to their original plan, they could still teleport one more time. But 2 divine servants had just appeared and informed them that the city had been destroyed and the teleportation formation had been destroyed. Thus, Yue had no choice but to give up on teleporting and walk towards the city gates. Outside the city gates, there were many space-time life forms gathered. Their numbers were shocking. They were constantly attacking the city's grand formation, and all kinds of roars could be heard. You really want to develop your power here. Sina looked at those space-time life forms, and his expression changed. He turned to look at Yue. Yue nodded. If you want to make a name for yourself in the divine world, this is the best place to start. But isn't this place too dangerous? Why don't you just go back? Can't you develop your power elsewhere? A faint smile appeared at the corner of Wavering's mouth. Although the identity of the god's adopted son is indeed very intimidating in the god realm, this is not what I truly want. What I want is to gain the recognition of this world. I want everyone to know the name Yue, and not be the adopted son of God. His gaze was resolute as he gazed forward with lofty sentiments. Farewell, everyone. He cupped his fists towards the 3 of them and rushed out of the city. The other 3 stood there awkwardly. Although they were biological children and not adopted children, each of them had the label of the Son of God that could not be erased. Under normal circumstances, they considered this to be a supreme honor. However, after hearing Yue's words, their hearts began to waver. Who doesn't want to be recognized? Who doesn't want to be famous in the God realm? The 3 of them were only here to accompany Yue to take a look. They didn't really plan to develop their forces here. After all, Rocky had put in a lot of effort in this matter. Although he didn't get anything in the end and even offended a lot of people, the relationship between the 4 of them seemed to be slowly becoming harmonious. Although the people they had offended were all children of heavenly deities, they were not afraid at all. In fact, they were even secretly excited. After all, not everyone would dare to offend so many Empyrean gods' children at once. What do the 2 of you think? Sina, turned to look at the two of them. The two of them hesitated and didn't say anything. From their expressions, it was clear that they were wavering. Sina looked outside the city. His towering figure had already disappeared. He sighed and said, "We have endless lives, but we have lost the courage to create miracles." The two of them raised their heads and looked at Sina. Rather than returning to our family's territory and continuing to become the children of heavenly deities and foolishly developing our forces, it would be better for us to make a big splash in this chaotic region. But if we fail, wouldn't we become a joke? Xavier said somewhat worriedly. After all, heavenly deities had more than one son. At least we've worked hard and tried a different fate. Even if we become a joke, we're still much better than those cowards. Goodbye. After saying that, Sina also rushed out. Those two madmen. Xian Lin coldly snorted as she watched Sina leave. Xian Lin, what should we do? Xavier looked at her. They've all gone. Do you think we have to be afraid? At the very least, we're better than a foster son of a heavenly deity who has nothing. Let's go this time as well. I want to show my family that I, Xian Lin, am capable. At the very least, I'm better than that. After saying that, Xian Lin also walked out. Wait for me. Xavier followed. Yue, wait for me. Hearing Sina's voice from behind him, Yue turned around in surprise to see Sina following him. Why are you here? Yue's energy surged, and all the space-time life forms that tried to attack him were blown away. I'm also a bit interested in this place. I want to see if there's a spot suitable for me, said Sina. Yue laughed. Don't joke around. This place isn't suitable for you. Sina unhappily said, What? If you don't believe me, I might be the son of a heavenly deity, but I also have a fiery and courageous heart. I'm still waiting for this place. That's right. There's still us. Xian Lin and Xavier also followed them. It had to be said that these four people who had once clashed with each other were now together after a series of events. Yue looked at the three of them and nodded. Then the four of them walked side by side. During this time, even more space-time life forms attacked the four of them, but none of them returned. Ziqin, who was tens of thousands of miles away, didn't know that the four of them had come here. He also didn't know that they were looking for a place to set up a city. Of course, the four of them also didn't know that Yi Qian had also brought her team here. After leaving the city, the four of them stopped roughly 5,000 miles away. During this time, they didn't see the destroyed city. They were probably going in the wrong direction. If they wanted to connect to other cities, they had to be within 5,000 miles. We're going to set up the first city nearby. Yue looked around, looking for a place to set up a city. The surrounding terrain was flat, so there was no need to deliberately choose a place. Xavier looked at Yue and said worriedly, What if we set up a city, but the original city is destroyed? If the city was destroyed, the teleportation formation would naturally disappear. Then no one would be able to teleport. It's just 5,000 miles away. If we work hard, there won't be any problems. Furthermore, we can send some people to kill enemies outside the city. As long as we can defend the city, it'll be fine. Once our city is set up, it won't be too difficult for them. The four of them agreed with Yue's suggestion. Next, they had to discuss whose city they should set up. Yue thought about it and said, Let's arrange it according to the level of the cities. My city's level is the highest. If there's any danger, it'll be able to hold on for a long time. That's why my city will be at the outermost. Next will be Sina, then Xian Lin. Xavier will use your city here. The four of them had no objections to Yue's arrangement. Once the cities were connected, the teleportation formation would be activated. Then the four cities would be connected and they would be able to support each other. We'll go in a straight line. Once we're well developed, when others arrive, we'll be able to extend from both sides. Yue said. Xavier looked at the confident Yue and asked, What if we fail? What if your city is breached? Sina and Xian Lin also looked at Yue. Right now, the only thing Yue had was a level 7 city. If the city was breached, he would really be left with nothing. If the city is breached, then we'll work hard to exchange for another city and start anew. As long as we're alive, there's hope, right? Wag Wei's eyes looked into the distance, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Even the trembling of his hideous scar seemed to have become gentler. Seeing Yue's confident and calm appearance, the four of them subconsciously nodded. Actually, they didn't agree with Yue's words. If the only level 7 city was gone, how could they start again? Actually, they didn't know that when Yue was on the star path, he had already lost everything. Even his life was almost gone. But in the end, he didn't die. Instead, he reached this step. This was a step that none of the heaven-defying people back then could reach. Of course, Yi Qian was an exception, because she had a heavenly godfather. He, on the other hand, had nothing. The reason why he was able to achieve what he had today and stand side by side with these heavenly gods was because he never admitted defeat and never gave up. Next, the four of them went to see where the other cities should be placed before returning. Next, they would bring people to open up a city. Yue, on the other hand, would need to borrow people from the second heavenly god. Zi Qin didn't stay for long. He quickly turned back the way he came. He was worried that Shadowless wouldn't be able to find him when he returned. When he returned to the place where he was attacked, Zi Qin didn't find that powerful existence. Clearly, he had left. Next, he would wait here for Shadowless to return. About a month later, Shadowless returned. Zi Qin asked expectantly, "How was it?" "There are mother nests here, but they're very hidden. Also, the mother nests here can hide themselves in space. It's very difficult to find them," Shadowless said. Shadowless said, "Of course, this is nothing to me, but the journey is too dangerous. There are too many powerful beings from the other dimensions." Looking at Shadowless's expression, Zi Chen could guess the difficulties along the way. Shadowless continued, "But this is indeed an incredible place. If you have the ability to go deeper, you'll definitely gain a lot. I've already found 3 mother nests." Danger and opportunity coexisted. "Then where do you think the city should be?" Zi Chen asked. "Here's fine. If you go deeper, it won't be a problem." Shadowless returned to Zi Chen's world and saw that everyone was dissecting the creatures from alternate dimensions. Obviously, he also knew how these creatures from another dimension came about, so he said, "Since your world is not suppressed here, then no matter how many creatures from another dimension there are, they're nothing to you. I suggest you go deeper. Around 100,000 miles will do." Shadowless came to this conclusion not only because of Zi Chen's world, but also because he knew the grade of Yi Qian's city. As a level 9 general city, this city's defense level was extremely high. Normal creatures from alternate dimensions couldn't break it at all. After some discussion, they decided to go deeper. They continued to stay in Zi Chen's world. Zi Chen began to teleport. After 10 teleports, they advanced 100,000 miles and arrived at a place where they could place the city. Chapter 26-23. His figure appeared. Zi Chen discovered that there were more creatures from another space-time here, and their auras were more tyrannical. As soon as he appeared in the sky, some creatures from another space-time noticed his existence. Wings appeared on their backs, and they flew towards him. Buzz! On his body, energy vibrated, forming a ripple that spread out in all directions. Those creatures from another space-time were directly sent flying by this ripple. However, Zi Chen noticed that they did not die after being sent flying. Clearly, the creatures from another space-time here were more powerful. Zi Chen was clearly very satisfied with this area. Immediately after, Yi Qian and the others appeared, and then they sensed the strength of these creatures from another space-time. With a level 9 general city here, there was naturally no problem. Everyone was very satisfied with this place. Next, it was time to place this level 9 general city here. On everyone's body, the powerful energy was still vibrating, and the creatures from another space-time that came from all directions were sent flying. Yi Qian stood in the middle and took out the Level 9 General City. Before this, she had already fused her soul into the General City, which was equivalent to refining it. With a thought, the General City left Yi Qian's palm and flew forward. As it moved forward, the General City began to rotate, and one divine light after another was released from it. Within this light, a powerful aura emerged. A powerful fluctuation spread out in all directions. Those creatures from another space-time that were rushing towards the General City were sent flying, one after another. This General City enlarged in the rotation and slowly turned into a castle. The energy fluctuation was constantly spreading out, and more creatures from another space-time were sent flying. The General City slowly descended, and a powerful aura surged, and the ground quickly became empty. Yi Qian and the others soared into the sky. The energy force blew their robes, and their black hair fluttered wildly. Seeing the General City slowly land, their expressions became excited and complicated. The moment the city landed, it indicated that this place had become their base, and it could even be said to be their home in the divine realm. It was just that this home was a bit too remote. Within a radius of 100,000 li, they could not see a single neighbor. Boom! The General City finally landed on the ground, and the ground began to shake violently. More creatures from another space-time rushed towards the General City. Buzz! A beam of light shot out from the city. The beam of light reached the sky and quickly dispersed to form a light barrier that enveloped the entire city. In addition, on the ground of the General City, there were also formations that automatically extended into the ground, absorbing the divine power in the earth and changing the surrounding environment at the same time. The ground quickly hardened, and the spirit Qi underground was forcibly sucked away. His entire dignity became harder than steel. The divine city landed on the ground. Because there were not many people, it only looked like a castle at the moment. They would expand it when there were more people. Let's go! Following Yi Qian's words, everyone turned into light and entered the castle. As soon as they entered, the castle immediately darkened. The creatures from the other space-time had completely blocked this place, and no more light shone down. After entering the castle, Yi Qian led everyone to look around, and then everyone chose a room. For a long time to come, this would be their home. By the time the city landed, Yanwei had already been waiting outside the Heavenly God Manor for 2 days. Although he was the adopted son of the Celestial God, it was still very difficult for him to meet the Celestial God. He couldn't enter the Heavenly God Manor, so he could only wait for the Celestial God to summon him. Yanwei, why are you still here? A cold voice rang out, and a young god race expert walked over from the distance. Yanwei turned his head and glanced at him. He didn't say anything. Don't you have ears? You've suffered disastrous losses in this trial. How do you have the face to come back and ask for people from your father? Yanwei said, I'm not asking for them. I'm borrowing them. Borrowing sounds nice. Last time, you lost so many people. Why didn't you return them? Now you have the face to ask for people? What do you think your father is? Said the god race expert coldly. I really don't know what my father was thinking. He actually took in a lowly trash like you as his adopted son. Yanwei stood there, not saying anything. It was as if he didn't hear the god race expert's undisguised malice. Yanwei, the Lord knows why you've come. He'll give you 1,000 people. That's enough. 800 divine servants and 200 divine envoys. At this moment, a god race expert walked out of the Heavenly God Manor and looked at him. That's enough. Just treat them as me borrowing them. When the time comes, I'll use my contribution points to compensate you, said Yanwei gratefully. Gee, I don't have enough people on my side. I also need people. Yanwei, you have too many people. Give me half of them, said the god race expert. Young master, that's not good. Yanwei is going to the chaotic region. an especially dangerous region to expand. He needs people, said Jimmy awkwardly. Chaotic region? What's so great about that? I don't care. I want half of these people. Give me all of them, and I'll go there to expand my city, said the God Race expert coldly. Jimmy was in a difficult position. How about I go ask the Lord? No need. Half is fine too, said Yenwei. At least you're tactful. Remember my name, Ben Senlu. In the future, avoid me when you see me. Ben Senlu looked at Yenwei mockingly before walking into the heavenly god manor. Jimmy glanced at Yenwei. Yenwei said to him, "Thank you, Lord. I'll need some time to gather the contribution points." "It's fine. Go. The Lord said that these people are for you. Furthermore, your performance in this trial was pretty good." Yenwei once more cupped his fists and left. This was the difference between the adopted son of a god and the true son of a god. He had stood outside for 2 days without even seeing God. As for the true son of a god, he could openly walk into the heavenly god manor. Originally, he had wanted to borrow some divine formation masters, but in the end he didn't ask. By the time Yenwei brought his people to the border castle, the other 3 had already arrived. Today, over 10,000 people had entered a castle that only had a few people. "Yenwei, you only brought so few people with you?" Sina asked in surprise when he saw Yenwei bring people out. Yenwei nodded. The heavenly god's side is a bit tense right now. He can't arrange for so many people, although there aren't many people as long as we're careful. There shouldn't be any problems. The other 3 didn't say anything. They clearly understood Yenwei's situation. The heavenly gods people were nervous? What kind of joke was that? They were definitely being obstructed. "You all brought divine formation masters, right?" asked Yenwei. The 3 of them nodded. "Good. You go over there and set up a teleportation formation. I'll bring people here to kill the creatures from another space-time and protect this city," said Yenwei. "That's fine too." The 3 of them led their people away, leaving behind Yenwei to guard this place. Although compared to Sina's group, there were pitifully few people. To the people in this castle, there were far too many of them. The 2 divine servants guarding the city gate respectfully saluted Jiwei after he led his people out. Their eyes were filled with envy and flattery. Next, Yenwei led his people out to kill enemies. Sina's group continued forward, landing at the place they had agreed upon. It had to be said that they had followed Yenwei here on a whim. They hadn't expected that, after returning, not only had their heavenly god father not objected, he had instead praised them greatly. He had even given them people and resources. This was especially true for Xinlin, who had received a rare praise from the pagoda battle god. Because of this, the 3 of them were even more motivated. At the same time, the 3 of them were determined to properly develop here and carve out a place for themselves. Time passed, and the 3 cities were set up. The teleportation formation was also in the process of being set up. Gao Wei led the others to the 4th 10,000 Li position and set down a level 7 city that belonged to him. Ben Sanlu was targeting him not only because he didn't like him to begin with, but also because of this grade 7 city. It was said that he had only obtained a grade 2 city during the trial, and his losses weren't small. Soon, Yenwei's city was set up, and the teleportation formation was being set up. This was the benefit of following a heavenly godson. If they waited for the person in charge of the 10th domain to come, they probably wouldn't be able to set up a teleportation formation even after a few decades. After that, they had to constantly fight, gather resources, exchange for contribution points, and expand the city. Because they had the least people, Yenwei worked very hard. The news of the 4 heavenly gods' sons opening up 4 cities in extremely dangerous regions quickly spread. For a time, there were some other god envoys who were interested in this place. However, they clearly didn't dare to go too deep and could only develop horizontally. For a time, several more cities appeared. After Yenwei gradually familiarized himself with this place, He returned to the central city and put up notices everywhere, recruiting God realm adventurers. In the God realm, there were naturally many people who didn't have any power. After these people had the opportunity to become God envoys, they would accumulate contribution points and God crystals, and then exchange for God cities to develop and strengthen their power. In the history of the God realm, there was no lack of such people who eventually became amazing people. Compared to Yan Wei's side, Ziqin, who was deeper in, was very relaxed because he had his own world. As long as he opened the entrance to his world, there would be an endless stream of creatures from another dimension coming in. Although they were very strong, the rules of Ziqin's world were still able to suppress them. Therefore, after entering, they could only wait for death, and they would die very quickly. What Yi Qian and the others needed to do was to continuously dissect the items on these creatures from another dimension. Finally, they had gained enough, and Ziqin decided to go and exchange for it. Obtaining resources and exchanging them for contribution points was the main way to develop one's power. Just as he opened up his world again and walked towards the outer regions, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He had discovered something. With a flash of light, he stood outside a city. Chapter 26-24. This was an abandoned city. In other words, it was a city that had been invaded by creatures from another dimension. This city had been completely destroyed, and creatures from another dimension were living in it. His figure appeared in the air and sized up the city. Yi Qian and the others also appeared and saw the dilapidated city. The city has been destroyed. It seems that the loss is not small, Monk said. The others nodded. Looking at the abandoned city, Yi Qian said, the loss is not small, but to a space-time divine array master, this is a great fortune. Everyone looked at Yi Qian in surprise. In the divine realm, there are many cities that have been destroyed by creatures from another dimension. These cities have been abandoned, and the arrays in them have been completely destroyed. To many people, abandoned cities are useless, but to divine formation masters, they are precious treasures, or rather, they are rich contributions and wealth, because they can repair such cities and then sell them to other divine envoys who need them, or directly exchange them for divine crystals and contribution points. Hearing Yi Qian's words, everyone was shocked. Then they all looked at L.V. Peng. Among all of them, L.V. Peng's attainment in arrays was the highest. The only one who could become a divine array master was him. L.V. Peng said bitterly, "Don't look at me. My attainment in arrays is limited to the saint level, not this level." This was L.V. Peng's helplessness. Although the arrays in the past were very powerful, most of them could not be used at this level. He knew nothing about the arrays and restrictions of the divine realm. Don't worry. After we exchange our contribution points, we'll exchange them for some arrays for you. They did not stay here. Once again, they entered Ziqin's world and teleported away. After several teleportations, Ziqin, who was moving forward, made a new discovery. He actually found a new city. However, he did not care and did not stop. He continued moving forward. After 2 more teleportations, he appeared outside a castle. Beside him, Yi Qian also appeared. Then, the 2 of them walked forward. The reason why Yi Qian appeared was that the following teleportations required crystals. However, with the goddess token, it was completely free. After entering the city, Yi Qian took out the goddess token, and the 2 of them passed through smoothly. These materials from creatures from another dimension can be exchanged for crystals. During this period, a certain amount of contribution points and crystals can be exchanged for needed resources. Among them, contribution points could be exchanged for more things. Take the divine city, for example. Apart from divine crystals, you also need a certain amount of contribution points. If you only have divine crystals, you won't be able to exchange for it. As they advanced, Yi Qian said, "Currently, too many regions in the God realm have been occupied by creatures from another space-time. Here, The God clan has to constantly fight against the creatures from another space-time and fight for territory. In recent years, more and more people had become gods. This was the reason why. Among them, some god envoys come to the lower world to select qualified people to come to the divine world. Of course, they don't consider life stars. In the divine world, there was no life star because they always had different ideas. For example, Zi-Chin and the others would not give up their own bloodline. This was what the Protoss did not like. In their opinion, the bloodline of the god race was the noblest and most compatible with the laws of this world. Zi-Chin and the others were the only ones who had come here, and they had also become oracles. It could be said that this path was given to him by Yi Qian. Not only did she give them a path, but she also gave the life star path. She gave them a chance to use this path to reach a higher level. After many teleportations, they arrived at the central area of the 10th domain. They arrived at a huge general city. This was a trading point. Within 100 miles of the city, there were almost no creatures from another space-time. Moreover, this city was very lively. God envoys came in an endless stream at the place where they could exchange contribution points. If they were lucky, they could even meet divine generals. The trading point was a castle in the city. This castle was very big and tall, with a total of 9 floors. Yi Qian led Zi-Chen into the castle and said, "This place is divided into 9 floors. Each floor corresponds to 1 level of contribution points. The corresponding materials are also the same. 1 floor is divided into 2 levels, primary and primary. This time, we are going to the primary level." Walking into the hall, Zi-Chen heard a lot of noise. There were many people here, so it was very noisy. In the hall, there were many counters. Among those counters, there was a dazzling array of goods. These goods can be exchanged with contribution points and divine crystals. Just exchange for whatever you like. The prices here are all clearly marked. There is no bargaining. While talking, the two of them walked deeper into the hall. There was an area specially marked for primary materials. At this moment, there were many god envoys there. Obviously, they were all here to exchange for materials. Yi Qian led Zi-Chen to the entrance. There was a counter there. Yi Qian walked forward and said, "We want 2 contribution tokens. Just put your soul into it." The other party took out 2 tokens and gave them to the 2 of them. Yi Qian gave one to Zi-Chen and said, "This will be our proof. All of our contribution points are on it. In the future, if you want to use your contribution points to exchange for things, you will need it. The contribution points inside can be used to exchange, but once the owner dies, the token will disappear naturally. The contribution points inside will also disappear. In this area, there were many places to exchange for contribution points. After getting the tokens, Yi Qian led Zi-Chen deeper into the hall. After that, the 2 of them entered a room. There was a god clan woman in the room. She looked at the 2 of them and said, "Take out the things you want to exchange for." This was a completely professional tone. Obviously, she had been working here for a long time. Yi Qian glanced at Zi-Chen. The latter nodded. The 2 of them opened the space in the divine ring at the same time. Following the opening of the 2 spaces, the materials from the creatures from another dimension fell down with a clattering sound. It should be known that during this period, they had been dissecting the materials from the creatures of another dimension. The 2 of them brought all the materials this time. The god clan woman's expression changed when she saw so many materials falling down. Seeing that the materials here were about to fill the room, she formed a seal with her hand. Rays of divine light spread out in all directions. The surrounding space began to distort. The area of the room instantly doubled. However, this doubled space was still not enough to fill all the materials. Therefore, the seal in her hand changed again. Just like this, the space expanded 5 times in a row. Only then did the 2 of them empty all the materials. "Where did the 2 of you get so many materials?" The woman looked at the mountain-like materials and asked in surprise, "In a special area. It took us a lot of time and manpower," Yi Qian said. The other party obviously did not believe it. No one could get so many things at once, unless many people's things were put together. Seeing the other party's skeptical look, Yi Qian took out the goddess token. This thing was a symbol of status in the god realm. The other party's expression changed again. She immediately stood up and bowed respectfully to Yi Qian. "I didn't know you were the goddess. Please forgive me for offending you." For ordinary god envoys, it was indeed impossible to get so many materials. However, for the Son of God, this was nothing, because in their city, all the harvest could be said to be theirs. Moreover, there were many people around the Son of God. It was not surprising that they could get these resources. "Let's start the calculation," Yi Qian said after putting away the token. After showing the token, she would be able to avoid a lot of trouble. The other party nodded and changed the seal in her hand. The space above the room distorted, and a vortex appeared out of nowhere. In the vortex, divine light lingered and fell on the pile of materials. Then a suction force came from the vortex. The materials flew up and were absorbed by the vortex. While the whirlpool was absorbing these materials, Ziqian noticed that there was a counter on the other side. The number on the counter was continuously jumping. After all the materials disappeared, the jumping number stopped at 10,832. The other party looked at the number and said, "The total contribution is 10,832. It can be exchanged for 108 ordinary god crystals. Split the contribution between the two of us. As for the god crystals, we want exclusive ones." Yi Qian handed over the token in her hand and looked at Ziqian at the same time. Ziqian also handed over his command medallion. The command medallion emitted a bright light and floated forward. The god race woman made another seal. The number on the token disappeared, and it turned into 2 rays of light that fell on the 2 tokens. The contribution points were divided in 2. At the same time, many divine crystals fell from the vortex above with a clatter. The quality of these god crystals was the same as the divine generals. They were all high quality. These were god crystals exclusive to divine envoys. Only divine envoys could refine them. Even false gods could not. Yi Qian took half of these low-grade god crystals. The remaining half was put away by Ziqian. After the transaction, the two left the room. Next, they went to the hall on the first floor to see if there were any resources that could be exchanged. At this point, Ziqian saw a dazzling array of items. There were regeneration divine sources, weapons, armors, divine crystals, divine skills, and so on. It was a dazzling sight. Some of the things could be exchanged with god crystals, while others clearly indicated that they could be exchanged with contribution points. The things here all belonged to the god realm. They were clearly priced. There was no bargaining, but there was no fraud. While moving forward, Ziqian could see many divine skills. They were all shockingly expensive, but they were of no use to him at all. All of a sudden, his gaze focused on an item. Chapter 26-25. Ziqian saw an array flag, or rather a row of array flags. These array flags were only the size of palm. Divine light swirled around them, and they were compressed by restrictions. They were placed on the counter. The array flags were arranged neatly in groups. Beside them were some glowing beads, and beside them were some annotations. This was how to control these array flags. In addition, in front of these array flags, there were labels with eye-catching numbers. These were the prices of these array flags. Most of them were bought with divine crystals, but a few of them required contribution points. At this moment, in front of these array flags, some divine envoys were sizing them up. Their eyes moved and their expressions kept changing. Some were happy, some were excited, some were hesitant, and some were regretful. This was the first time Ziqian had seen so many array flags. He was very curious and a little surprised. Ichien walked up and said, "These array flags are all level 1. They can trap creatures below level 1. Among these beads, there are ways to control array flags. This is another way for divine array masters to make money. With these array flags and methods, even ordinary divine envoys can use them. But these array flags have a limited number of uses. They're consumables." Zichen was a little surprised when he heard that. Ichien guessed Zichen's thoughts. That's right. In the divine realm, divine array masters are a relatively wealthy profession, just like the alchemists in the lower world. But this isn't absolute. If a divine array master fails a few times, he will lose a lot of money. He might even go bankrupt. Ichien was referring to when a divine array master failed to get an abandoned city. Zichen thought for a moment and said, "These things aren't suitable for LV Peng. He's a divine array master. There's no need for these consumables." Ichien said, "There's no need. Let's continue. There are some real array skills up ahead." Zichen walked 100 meters forward and saw many arrays. These were all divine arrays, from basic theoretical knowledge to all kinds of killing arrays. There was a lot of information on them. Shadowless walked out. He wanted to look around. The people here still couldn't see him. After coming out and seeing the dazzling array of goods, Shadowless was amazed. It had been a long time since he had seen so many things. Zichen started to focus on selecting those array skills. Now that he had reached a new realm, he had to select some new things for LV Peng. After all, he needed to become stronger first. Zichen quickly chose a few basic array formations, and then found a few array techniques that were mainly used for attacking. These should be enough for LV Peng to use. After the exchange, he directly handed these things to LV Peng. LV Peng began to comprehend in his world, and began to understand the array formations of the God world. The two of them continued forward, wanting to see other things. Zichen, come and take a look at this. Shadowless' voice suddenly rang out. His voice was very loud, but only Zichen could hear him. "What is it?" Zichen turned around and asked. The surrounding people all looked at him with astonished expressions. "Come and take a look." "There's something interesting here," Shadowless said. The interesting thing that Shadowless was talking about was obviously something good, but Zichen didn't go up immediately. "What's wrong?" Ichien looked at him. Shadowless found something interesting. "Let's pretend that we don't care and go over. Otherwise, we'll definitely be cheated." Zichen transmitted his voice to Ichien. Ichien laughed. "Let's go. Did you forget the rules here?" When Zichen heard this, his face revealed a trace of awkwardness. The price here was clearly marked, and there was no bargaining. The two of them walked towards where Shadowless was. Following Shadowless's guidance, Zichen saw a palm-sized thing on the counter. That thing looked like a token, but as Zichen focused his gaze, he realized that it wasn't a token, but a palm-sized stone tablet. The things here were all palm-sized. It was obvious that spatial techniques were used. The real things were very big. "This is a sword tablet." Zichen's face was full of astonishment. Looking at the stone tablet, he thought of the sword tablet in the past. There are sword skills on it. At this moment, through the counter, he saw that there seemed to be a faint, sword-shaped image on the tablet. "You know about sword tablets?" Shadowless looked at him in surprise. "There are a total of 9 of these sword tablets. I got all of them. But as my power increased, those sword tablets lost their effect and became useless," Zichen answered. Shadowless smiled and said, "You're talking about a replica, not the real thing." Zichen looked at Shadowless in shock. "That thing is very ancient. How can it be a replica?" "Ancient isn't a replica." Shadowless laughed. Zichen was talking about ancient in front of a first-generation, heaven-defying cultivator. It was unavoidable that he found it funny. "In my time, this thing was truly ancient. It was said that it was born from chaos when the world was first created. It was one of the oldest tablets in the world. It was said that there were tablets before life, cultivation methods, and powerful battle skills. Hearing this, Zichen was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. In front of him, across the counter, the service staff looked at Zichen as if they were looking at an idiot, as Zichen answered his own question. Don't be so shocked. I'm just telling you what ancient is. This clearly isn't, Shadowless said. Shadowless said, this thing should be a sword steel left behind by the ancestors after they comprehended the steel. Although it's not a good thing from the first generation, it's definitely something from the second generation. It's very impressive. Yi Qian knew that Zi Chan was talking to Shadowless. Seeing his strange expression, Yi Qian asked, Is there a problem with this thing? Let's buy it first. Zi Qin turned around and looked at the price tag on the sword steel. He was shocked. It cost 8,000 contribution points and 1,000,000 divine gems. This price shocked him. This time, he and Yi Qian only got 10,000 contribution points. This thing cost 8,000, and it cost 1,000,000 ordinary divine gems. Earlier, he exchanged for something for LV Peng and spent 1,000 contribution points. Let's buy it. However, thinking about the meaning of this sword tablet, Zi Qin could only grit his teeth. Yi Qian would naturally support him. Hence, they put their contribution points together. Then, Yi Qian took out another 10,000 high-quality divine gems to exchange for this sword tablet. At this point, the two only had 1,000 contribution points left. As for the divine gems, they had lost quite a lot. After receiving the sealed sword tablet from the waiter, Zi Qin put it away and put it into his own world. Boom! The seal was undone. A powerful and ancient aura was released from this world. A 90-foot tall ancient tablet fell from the sky and landed in this world. When the ancient tablet fell, the earth trembled. An ancient and vicissitude aura spread out. At the same time, the sound of a sword rang out. An extremely powerful sword intent was released from the ancient tablet and spread out to this world. Tyrant and the others came and saw the sword tablet from afar. The sword tablet stood there. It was ancient and extraordinary. What's this? Tyrant walked forward. His eyes lit up. When he was about to reach the sword tablet, a ray of light flashed on the surface of the sword tablet. A ray of sword chi shot out from it and went straight for Tyrant. Tyrant's expression changed, and he immediately dodged. Puff! The sword chi pierced through his chest. Blood flowed out like a fountain. Tyrant was stunned. Behind him, the others were shocked as well. Looking at the bleeding wound, Tyrant was dumbfounded. He reacted quickly, and his speed was fast. However, the sword chi was faster. Furthermore, it completely ignored his strong physical body. Don't go any further. There's an extremely powerful sword intent in it. What appeared just now was just sword chi. If it was sword intent, you would already be dead. Wang Xian, who was behind Tyrant, said. She was once a disciple of the sword sect. She was extremely talented in swordsmanship. Tyrant turned around. His chest was still bleeding. He looked at Wang Xian, and said, Look at me. Do you think I will still go there? The others laughed when they heard this. This guy would always go for anything good. Now he was finally at a disadvantage. In fact, this was not the first time he was at a disadvantage. However, this habit was hard to change. Wang Xian said, the sword intent in it can be comprehended. If you can comprehend the sword intent there, you will be able to use the sword intent and get close to the sword tablet. Really? Tyrant's eyes lit up. Wang Xian nodded and said, Of course. However, before you get close to it, you will be in danger if you rush over. If I can get close to it, does it mean that I can get it? Tyrant asked again. It's good enough that you can get close to it. It means that you have gained the recognition of the sword tablet. You can use the sword intent to attack. Not to mention other things, it won't be a problem to kill you just now, Wang Xian said. This time, Tyrant was silent. The Buddhist light on his body circulated and stopped the bleeding. Then he turned around and sat there cross-legged. He started to comprehend the sword tablet and ignored the others. Obviously, Tyrant's greedy personality was acting up again. The others chose to ignore him. At this moment, they could feel a strong sense of danger from the sword tablet. They were all curious about how Ziqin got such a strange sword tablet. Compared to the curious people in the world, Ziqin's eyes were about to pop out. This was because he found many good things. Unfortunately, he only had a few contribution points. It was not enough to exchange for anything that he was envious of. Other than these things in the divine world, he also found some strange things. After Shadowless's investigation, he told him that these things were similar to the sword tablet. They were all things from the Life Star. Other than being envious, he could only leave. He was determined to get more contribution points and divine crystals. Then he and Yi Qian started to return. Shadowless returned to his world and looked at the sword tablet. The two of them started to teleport again and again. When they were about to reach the border, they found that there was a teleportation formation here. This surprised the two of them. They guessed that this was a newly built city. However, when they arrived, they found that this place was not small. There were many people, and everyone was busy. Other than that, there was a teleportation formation here. They teleported for more times than they had imagined. They arrived at a relatively small city. However, it was still much bigger than the castle. When they walked out of the teleportation formation, Ziqian's expression changed. Even Yi Qian's expression became unnatural. Chapter 26:26. As soon as he walked out of the teleportation array, Ziqian saw Yue. Clearly, Yi Qian also saw him. Her expression became unnatural. At this moment, this city was only slightly bigger than the castle. Yue was leading a group of people out of the city. He sensed something and turned around. He saw Yi Qian and ignored Ziqian. His expression froze, and he was very surprised. Beside him, the others also noticed something and turned around. "It's you!" In the crowd, there was Sina and Exanlin. Ziqian wanted to laugh. He didn't expect that the God Realm was so big while their world was so small. They could even meet here. Fortunately, to avoid suspicion, he changed his appearance. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Yue waved his hand, indicating for the others to continue walking. As for the four of them, they walked towards Yi Qian. What a coincidence! Yue looked at Yi Qian and smiled. However, the scar on his face made his smile look somewhat sinister. "It is a coincidence," Yi Qian said indifferently. Exanlin stared at Yi Qian with a face full of hatred. "You also came here to set up a city?" Sina asked. Yi Qian nodded. "This place is so dangerous. Aren't you afraid that a weak woman like you will be robbed?" Yue said again. Upon hearing this, Sina and Xavier's eyes lit up. "No, I have guards." Yi Qian smiled and looked at Sina. Sina's expression became unsightly. The two sides didn't talk much. Yi Qian and Ziqian walked out of the city. After leaving the city, Ziqian transmitted, "A city can be robbed?" Not only did he hear Yue's words, but he also saw greed in Sina and Xavier's eyes. In theory, it is true. If the city's core is taken and refined, then the city will change owners. However, under normal circumstances, this won't happen, because all god cities are protected by the God Realm. As more and more creatures from other dimensions appear, the God Realm prevents them from killing each other. Yi Qian changed the topic. "However, our city is not protected because it hasn't been reported. However, there is also a benefit to such a city, which is that it can be taken away at any time. It is not like those cities with teleportation arrays which are almost fixed." Ziqian said, "I didn't expect the four of them to come together. If they really have any other ideas, then let them come and never return. If it doesn't work out, We'll just advance another 50,000 kilometers. After they came out, they saw that there were many God clan members outside. They were fighting the creatures from the alternate dimensions. Battles could be seen everywhere. The two of them continued forward and saw quite a few people along the way. They were very surprised by this. However, it was understandable. After all, they were divine sons and divine daughters. Naturally, they could bring many people with them. After arriving at a spacious area, the two of them entered the world. Zi Qin began to teleport. Why is she here? After Yi Qian left, Sina and the others gathered together. Maybe he came here to have a look. Could it be that he wants to come here to develop his forces? Xian Lin said. Yang Wei shook his head and said, maybe it's not as simple as just looking. Everyone looked at him. Yang Wei said, we've been in the God City for a long time. It's time for us to land. Moreover, her city's level is the highest, and its defenses are the strongest. I'm guessing that not only did she land, but she also landed in the depths of the city. She landed in the depths of the city? Is she crazy? They were all very shocked. Even if Yi Qian's city's defenses were strong, and the creatures from the alternate dimensions could not break through, how could she develop her forces? She only has a few people with her, and she can't build a teleportation array. How could the city develop? Xavier said doubtfully. Thinking back to what he knew about Yi Qian, Yang Wei said, maybe she never wanted to develop her forces. If she didn't develop her forces, would she just wait for death? Xian Lin said coldly. She had always disliked Yi Qian. Whether that's the case or not, we'll find someone to go in and have a look. Let my people go. Sina had a level 4 divine emissary by his side. If he went in alone, as long as his luck was not extremely bad, he would not be in danger. In Zi Chen's world, he was looking at the 9-zhang tall sword steel in front of him. This sword steel was very similar to the 9 sword steels he obtained before, but it was even more ancient. If he wanted to trace back to its origin, then the 9 sword steels he obtained should be from the 3rd generation or later. And this one in front of him was definitely from the 2nd generation. This was not Zi Chen's guess, but Shadowless's affirmation. This sword steel was also a replica. It was not the one that was born at the beginning of the world, but this did not stop it from being ancient and powerful. This was condensed by the ancestors of the past. After the baptism of countless years, it was already one of the rare ancient things. At this moment, 100 meters away from the sword steel, Tyrant and the others were sitting cross-legged. They were all comprehending the sword intent within. Zi Qin could also feel the sword intent. It was indeed very powerful. His arrival did not attract the attention of the others. Even if they did, they would not care. Previously, Tyrant had been instantly pierced by the sword energy, allowing them to see the power of this sword steel with their own eyes. At this moment, they all wanted to comprehend the sword intent within and obtain great power. Where did you get this from? Everyone was so hardworking, but Wang Xian, and the other girls who were good at swordsmanship did not manage to comprehend it. When they saw Zi Qin coming out, they all looked at him. I exchanged it outside. This time, other than exchanging the array for LV Peng, I used the rest of my contribution points to exchange for it. Moreover, I also used a lot of divine gems. I don't know if it's worth it, Zi Qin said. Of course it's worth it. This is an incredible item. If you can comprehend the sword intent within, you can almost defeat those of the same level, Wang Xianer said. Is this thing very special? Yi Qian, who was beside Zi Qin, asked in surprise. You can't feel it. Wang Xian looked at Yi Qian. Feel what? Sword intent. It contains a very powerful sword intent, Wang Xian said. Yi Qian shook her head and said, No, I can't feel anything. As she spoke, she also walked towards the sword steel in front of her. Be careful, Wang Xian reminded. The others opened their eyes and looked at Yi Qian, who was walking forward. Their expressions changed slightly. Zichen could feel the powerful sword intent contained in the sword steel. He wanted to stop her, but Shadowless shook his head and said, "It's okay. Let her go." Ichien walked forward and soon passed the position that Tyrant was at. Everyone stood up and prepared to take action. However, there was nothing unusual. Ichien walked forward step by step. She didn't encounter any danger until she reached the sword steel. This sword steel is so old, but it was casually abandoned and can be exchanged. There must be a reason. It only works on the souls of life stars. It doesn't work on the souls of the God Clan, Shadowless said. Really? At this moment, Zichen's avatar appeared and walked forward. Sure enough, after the avatar appeared, he couldn't feel anything unusual. Then he stood on the other side of the sword steel. It could be said that this sword steel was completely useless to the God Clan. That was why it was placed on the first floor of the trading ground. However, to them on the life stars, this thing was a rare treasure. To verify whether this was normal or not, Tyrant walked forward under the urging of the others. Swoosh! However, after reaching a certain distance, the sword energy appeared again. This time, although it didn't pierce through Tyrant's body, it pierced through his monk robe. Seeing the speed of the sword energy, Zichen was shocked. This is a very good deal. Just a little contribution to buy a treasure. Zichen, you've made a big profit, Shadowless said. At this moment, Zichen agreed with this statement. If it weren't for the fact that the God Clan couldn't sense the sword intent, even if he had 10 times the contribution, he wouldn't have been able to exchange for such a sword steel. It could be said that the value of this sword steel was more than a city. Then it was time to kill. Zichen opened the world and let the creatures from the other space in. Compared to last time, Zichen saw the items in the trading ground. Thus, he was more motivated. Tyrant and the others, besides their true bodies that were studying the sword steel, had their avatars deal with the bodies of the creatures from the other space. Even so, their speed couldn't keep up with Zichen's killing speed. After all, this was his world. Killing these creatures was too easy. The level of these creatures from the other space was almost equivalent to that of a false god. To Zichen, who had a world, this was nothing. Thus, Zichen had other ideas. For example, he could go deeper and kill more powerful creatures from the other space. For example, he could kill existences equivalent to that of a level 1 divine envoy. One had to know that after killing them, the materials obtained could be exchanged for even more items. With this idea, Zichen went deeper into the world. Just as he led the others out of the castle, a person appeared in the distance. This was a level 4 false god sent by Sina. Along the way, he had traveled no less than 100,000 kilometers, and the creatures from other dimensions he encountered were getting stronger and stronger. Just as he was about to give up, thinking that there was no one here, he saw a city. It's really here. Seeing this lonely city surrounded by creatures from the other space, the level 4 false god's expression changed. However, he didn't alarm them and turned back. Tyrant and the others were still dissecting the materials of the creatures from the other space. Zichen opened the world and saw a creature from the other space walk in. The creature's aura was tyrannical. It was equivalent to a level 1 divine envoy. It suddenly appeared in this strange world and was a little confused. At this moment, Zichen's avatar attacked and punched at the creature. Boom! The powerful attack landed on the creature's body. However, it didn't kill it. It only injured it. The two were equivalent to the same level. In another direction, Zichen's true body appeared. He held a stone sword in his hand and rushed toward the creature. As he rushed forward, a golden light flashed on his stone sword. 9 lightning flash in addition to the power of the heaven defying thunder. Poof! The level 1 creature's head left its body. It was a one-hit kill. It seems that a Defiant is still strong enough to deal with creatures from the other space of the same level. Zichen was very satisfied with his battle strength. Next, he opened up his world completely. More level 1 creatures from the other space walked in. In the blink of an eye, there were nearly 100 of them. A powerful aura wreaked havoc in this world. Tyrant and the others felt this aura and opened their eyes and looked into the distance. Seeing so many level 1 creatures from the other space, their expressions changed. Tyrant said involuntarily, "Are you crazy? Can we deal with so many of them? We don't need to deal with them." As Zichen spoke, a light flashed beside him and 12 people appeared. As soon as they appeared, they bowed respectfully to Zichen. "Greetings, Master." Chapter 26-27. Seeing the sudden appearance of the 12 people, everyone's face was full of puzzlement. Each of the 12 people exuded a powerful aura that made them feel suffocated. They were very familiar with this aura and had felt it before. It was the aura of a level 6 celestial. "What's going on?" They looked at Zichen and were very puzzled. "I forgot to tell you last time. When I obtained the regeneration divine source, I also obtained a soul-absorbing pearl and their souls." Zichen smiled faintly and then looked at the 12 people and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Zichen, and I will be your master from now on. I know your purpose very well. What I want to say is that as long as you have enough potential, I will provide you with the resources to break through. Not to mention that you are only level 6. Even if you want to be promoted to Divine Champion, as long as you have enough potential, I will provide enough resources." "Thank you, Master." The 12 people bowed again. In fact, Zichen had controlled their souls, and they had no thoughts of resisting. But today they received a guarantee, which undoubtedly gave them hope. "Well, it's up to you now. I believe that killing these mere level 1 existences should not be difficult for you." With that, Zichen's mind moved, and he saw that above the dome of the sky, laws emerged, and then the power of laws formed another space. All the creatures from another space-time entered this space and were isolated. Swish, swish, swish. The 12 people did not hesitate and rushed in. As level 6 existences, dealing with these creatures from another space-time was a complete massacre. Zichen handed the stone saber to his doppelganger and rushed in together with his doppelganger. His doppelganger combat skills needed to be honed, and his fighting methods needed to be strengthened. As for his real body, he had not fought for a long time and missed the feeling of fighting. Uft, uft. With the stone saber's divine doppelganger, it was like a tiger that had grown wings and killed to its heart's content. Of course, during this period, the doppelganger would also be injured. Although level 1 creatures from another space-time were usually not stronger than a level 1 oracle, they had the most obvious advantage in terms of numbers. Zichen's true body used the 9 fleeting thunderbolts, shuttling back and forth among these creatures from another space-time. Along the way, he repeatedly attacked, the heaven-defying power of thunder possessing unimaginable lethality. Moreover, with the support of this world, his combat strength was almost endless. Compared to the doppelganger with the heavenly god's bones, his true body was more like a killing machine. "I'm going too." Tyrant gave up on comprehending and charged in with the demon subduing pestle. Without a doubt, the battle inside had stimulated his bloodthirst. Shua! With a flash of light, Zhang Haotian was 1 step ahead of him. Compared to the endless comprehension, Zhang Haotian preferred killing. After that, the demon ape, Longhu, and the savage dragon also rushed in. Xing Qian and Thunder followed closely behind. Brilliant and Bright Moon, on the other hand, did not join in the fun. The 2 of them did not comprehend sword intent. Instead, they were dissecting the materials of the creatures from the alternate space. Yi Qian joined the battle. Qing Feng joined the battle. At this moment, everyone was fighting and killing to their heart's content. However, it was worth mentioning that if it were not for Zichen's world, they would not have dared to enter this place even with 12 6th-level Sky Clan members. This was because there were too many level 1 creatures from the alternate space. Once they went out, they would be besieged by hundreds of creatures of the same level. Under such circumstances, who among those of the same level would have the confidence to resist? They would most likely be torn to pieces in an instant. After the slaughter, what awaited them was a long time to dissect the materials. Although they were helpless, it was necessary for the sake of the materials. Looking at Yi Qian, who had also joined in, Ziqin said, "Call them back." Naturally, he was referring to Toby and the others. At this moment, they were still waiting in the Divine City. Yi Qian nodded. After they came here, they could at least help to dissect the materials. Suddenly, Ziqin asked, "Can you still enter the forbidden area guarded by the Moon Wolf?" Yi Qian shook her head and said, "I'm afraid not for the time being. The 10th Divine General is guarding there. He seems to be very concerned about that place." Ziqin was a little disappointed when he heard this. "Is it for the heavenly thunder wings?" "Yes, that's the last heavenly thunder wings. Once we get it, we can complete it." Ziqin looked at the sky. There, the heavenly thunder wings were recovering from the regeneration of the divine source. The saber was also quietly floating there. "Oh, so she's already placed the city there?" Xavier and the others quickly heard the news and were very surprised. "Yes, there's a city there. It's surrounded by creatures from the alternate space. I took a look at it from afar and then retreated," said the level 4 expert. "She really placed the city there," said Yue, sinking into deep thought. "Is she crazy?" Xian Lin was very puzzled. If she placed the city there, the teleportation array can't reach it. That city definitely didn't report it. If we send some people there, Sina's eyes flashed. It should be known that Yi Qian City was a level 9 general city. Its value was simply immeasurable. Let's not worry about it for now. We'd better develop our forces first. After the battle, Ziqin returned to the general city. They were still in Ziqin's world. Ziqin and his doppelgangers were dissecting level 1 creatures from the alternate space. Only they could dissect level 1 creatures. Those doppelgangers were too weak to dissect them at all. During the battle, it was naturally delightful, but the process of dissecting them was painful. However, these resources represented contribution points and divine crystals. Although they were painful on the surface, they were happy on the inside. Ziqin, those level 6 heavenly clan guards of yours are very powerful. Huh? It was unknown when Tyrant had walked in front of Ziqin and suddenly said such a sentence. Ziqin glanced at him and said, "Those souls can only be kept in the soul-absorbing pearl. They can't be taken out or given to others." Monk's face showed anger when he heard that. "What do you mean? Who do you think I am? I'm just expressing my feelings. Do you think I've taken a fancy to your heavenly clan guards?" Ziqin said indifferently, "It's good that you haven't taken a fancy to them. If you do, I'm just reminding you in advance." Extremely boring. Monk snorted and turned to leave. Ziqin stood behind him and smiled. He knew what this guy was thinking. After all, he had known him for more than 10,000 years. After dissecting all the resources, they had gained a lot. Because of the quality, they had even surpassed the resources they had exchanged for last time. However, they had only exchanged for a sword steel last time. Therefore, he planned to accumulate more resources. During this time, LV Peng did not participate in any of their actions. He had been comprehending the formation. Now, in the entire life star, if LV Peng said he was second, no one would dare to say they were first. After many years of training, he had reached this step. However, without the formation, LV Peng's combat strength was almost negligible. Although the techniques you are using are low level, if you carefully comprehend the current power of law, you will discover the potential in these techniques. You can reach the end of each technique. It depends on how you comprehend it, and every technique was an extension of a powerful technique. The path of cultivation leads to the great Tao. This is the principle. During this time, Shadowless explained to Ziqin. It was because at the God realm, the God clan had techniques that corresponded to this realm. However, the ancestor realm warriors from the life star did not have such techniques. Just like your 9 passing thunderbolts, it's a kind of extreme speed. It's at a higher level than the fleeting steps. Thus, you have to try to comprehend it. This technique will not disappoint you. When you look at things, don't look at the surface. Look at the root. Let's not talk about other things. Take the thunderclap 9th heaven as an example. That year, I saw an expert of the Thunder Clan use the thunderclap 9th heaven to kill a creature from a different space-time that was as strong as a god king. When Zi-Chan heard this, he was astonished. The thunderclap 9th heaven is that strong? Of course, the premise is that you can comprehend the difference in the technique. The powerful techniques of the life star are all connected. Although Shadowless couldn't cultivate and didn't have fighting strength, his memory was still there. He could be considered a great sage. When they were free, they would comprehend the sword steel. Zi-Chan also tried to comprehend it for a few days. He realized that he didn't have the talent in this area. Or rather, he used to have it, but he hadn't practiced it for a long time. After several months, they had accumulated a considerable amount of resources. Thus, Zi-Chen's God Messenger clone followed Yi-Chen to exchange for more resources. His real body continued to stay here to kill for more resources. This time, besides exchanging resources, Yi-Chen also had to return to the God City to bring Toby and the others here. On a certain day, the regeneration celestial source suddenly trembled, and then a powerful aura was released. The others felt the abnormality and looked at the sky. They saw that the saber was releasing intense light. At the same time, the regeneration god Origin was disappearing at a speed that naked eyes could observe. Don't! What are you doing? Hurry up and stop it! Tyrant looked at the regeneration god Origin disappearing. His face was filled with pain as he tried to stop them. Zi-Chen stood there. Seeing the abnormality, he was relieved. Seeing Zi-Chen standing there without any reaction, Tyrant soared up, wanting to hit the saber out. Buzz! Light surged. The rules of this world turned into pressure that fell on Tyrant's body. His body couldn't move. He was very anxious. A quarter of the regeneration celestial source disappeared. After that, there was a loud laugh, and a tall figure appeared from within. It was the saber spirit that sealed the heart of God. Chapter 26-28. As soon as the saber spirit appeared, the saber intent raged, forming a terrifying storm that swept out in all directions. Sensing this powerful aura, everyone's expression changed. What a powerful saber intent! Shadowless was a little surprised. It said that it's a weapon created naturally when heaven and earth were created, Zi-Chen said. Shadowless shook his head and said, No, when heaven and earth were created, there were no weapons. It should have been made by someone later. Made by someone? Zi-Chan was shocked when he heard this. As far as he knew, sabers, swords, and shields were created when heaven and earth were created. Because they could merge with the laws of life on a life star, they were very powerful saint weapons. Shocked, he quickly noticed the problem in the rumor. He didn't know the difference between a heavenly god and a saint weapon, but now he knew. Since it was a saint weapon, how could it trap the heart of the heavenly god? One should know that a heavenly god was much stronger than a saint. Not to mention a heavenly god, even he could kill a group of saints now. Obviously, this rumor was inaccurate. As for why it was inaccurate, Zi-Chen guessed that it was because there hadn't been an expert above the saint level on the life star for a long time. The only craftsman ancestor was also trapped in the divine city and couldn't get out. The saber spirit showed his human form and stood in the air. His aura was strong and his robe fluttered. I said, Hurry up and get down. At this moment, the tyrant shouted. He was still distressed about Zi-Chen's regeneration divine source because the saber spirit was still standing there and the regeneration divine source was still decreasing. The saber spirit lowered his head and looked at the thing under his feet. A glint flashed in his eyes. Regeneration divine source. No wonder it's completely awakened. I said, hurry up and get down. Do you know what it is and how precious it is? The tyrant was anxious and shouted as if he had already determined that the regeneration divine source was his. Kid, I won't use your things for free. Isn't it just regeneration divine source? After I refine it, I'll give you an opportunity, the saber spirit said. The tyrant's face turned pale. Even Zi Chen's expression changed. There was still a lot of regenerative celestial source, but according to the saber spirit's words, it was going to be refined completely. Swoosh! With a thought, the surrounding laws appeared, and the regeneration celestial sources disappeared. Aren't you being too petty? Sword Spirit turned to look at Zi Chen, his eyes filled with displeasure. Zi Chen said apologetically, I'm really sorry. These are for when we are in danger. Fine. The saber spirit's body flashed, and he descended from the sky, grabbing the sheathed saber in his hand. Your level is still very low. It's meaningless for me to be so strong. Yes. Suddenly, the saber spirit turned around and looked at the ancient sword tablet. His expression changed slightly. So it's this. Seen your nose, the sword steel? Zi Chen was shocked. There are 9 of them, called the Sword Ancestor Steels. Each of them contains 3 sword intents, representing the 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man. What if you comprehend sword will? Zi Chen asked. The others were also looking at Saber Spirit. If you comprehend the human sword intent, you are the ancient ancestor. If you comprehend the earth sword intent, you are the ancestral general. If you comprehend the heaven sword intent, you are the ancestral king. When the crowd heard this, they were shocked. The monk asked, so magical? So simple? The saber spirit turned around and looked at the monk. Of course it's magical, but what do you mean by simple? If you comprehend 3 sword intents, you will become the ancestral king. That is second only to the heaven god. Isn't it simple? The monk asked. The saber spirit was speechless. Who said there are 3 sword intents? There are 3 sword intents. To reach the ancestral king realm, you have to comprehend 18 sword intents. Among them, there are 9 sword intents each. In other words, you have to find the other 8 sword ancestor steels. When the crowd heard this, they were dumbfounded. They were already lucky to find this one. How could they be lucky enough to find the other sword ancestor steels? Seeing the change in the crowd's expression, the saber spirit said, Don't be depressed. How big is this world? We will find it one day. How big was this world? It was easy to say. If one walked without eating or drinking, they might not be able to explore it in a few million years. This world was almost endless. What was the opportunity you mentioned earlier? Zi Chen asked. Oh, you mean that? I see that all of you have reached the ancestral king realm. I happen to have a few things that are suitable for you. Come and have a look. The saber spirit waved his hand, and stone steels appeared one after another, landing around them. When the stone steels appeared, there was a powerful saber intent that wreaked havoc. After feeling the powerful saber intent, the faces of the monk, Zi Chen, and the others changed drastically, and they all retreated. Swoosh! Swoosh! As he retreated, light flashed under Zi Chen's feet as he used the 9 lightning strikes. As he dodged, streams of saber chi swept past him. It was very sharp. There were groans all around. When he felt safe and turned around, he saw that the devil ape and the others had been hit. Their bodies were bleeding, and they kept retreating. A total of 5 stone steels appeared at the scene. These stone steels looked almost identical. Even their auras were the same. What is this? Zi Chen asked, his face a little ugly. Obviously, the saber spirit did it on purpose to take revenge on him. The saber ancestors, stone steels, There are a total of 9 of them. Unfortunately, I only have 5. There are still 4 more that you need to find. The saber spirit said, "The way to comprehend them is the same. Once you comprehend the saber intent of the 5 people, you can reach the 5th level of the ancestral king realm." "Why is that?" Zichen asked. It was not easy to break through to the next level. Why could one break through to the next level just by comprehending one saber intent? Because it is the closest thing to the heavenly Tao. Its origin is extraordinary. It is not too exaggerated to say that it is the heavenly Tao. Moreover, the saber spirit did not finish a sentence and just smiled. It was naturally easy to break through to the next level after comprehending saber intent. However, the prerequisite was that one could comprehend it. This is for you. It should be good for you. The saber spirit threw the long saber to Zichen. When he held the long saber, he felt the saber intent around him become clearer. In the city owned by Qi Wei, the teleportation array lit up. As the light appeared, a group of people appeared. This group was made up of divine envoys. The leader was a young man. His head was slightly raised like a proud peacock as he looked around. There was a hint of contempt and disdain in his eyes. This is a trasha city. After so long, it has developed like a castle. Behind him, a divine envoy said, "He is just a foster son. How can he compare to young master? However, this place is indeed dangerous." "Young master, are we really going to set up the city here?" "Of course. If trash can do it, why can't I do it?" This young man was Ben Senlu, the second son of God. He had taken half of the people from Qi Wei. However, after that he heard many things about Qi Wei. Thus, in a fit of anger, he put away his city and wanted to come here to develop his power. "Qi Wei, get out here!" Ben Senlu shouted loudly. His voice traveled very far and reached outside the city. Sina and the others were working together to kill the creatures from another dimension when they suddenly heard this shout. Which reckless fool! When Sina and the others heard this, anger immediately appeared on their faces. Recently, their city had developed well, and their relationship with Qi Wei was getting better and better. "Kill him!" Sina was about to go back. Qi Wei pulled Sina and said, "I'll go take a look. You guys stay here." Seeing Qi Wei's somewhat ugly expression, Xavier asked, "You know who it is?" "It's Ben Senlu, the second son of God." Qi Wei said, "It's him?" Sina's expression changed. It wasn't fear, but rather curiosity. "How did you provoke him?" The divine realm had a total of 9 gods. Moreover, they were all ranked. As the second god, his reputation was naturally resounding. Similarly, as the second son of God, compared to the other sons of God, he was superior. That Ben Senlu was such a person. It was said that his talent wasn't high, but he was extremely arrogant and despotic. It could be said that he was one of the best sons of God. That was because the other sons of God were arrogant in their own territory. This Ben Senlu was different. He was arrogant wherever he went. Of course, the result of his arrogance was that he suffered many losses. However, he didn't learn his lesson. Recalling how Qi Wei had brought so few people, Sina and the others understood the reason. Does this guy really think that everywhere is his home? Should we go teach him a lesson? Sina asked. No need. I can guess why he's come. If that's really the case, then he's just looking for trouble. Qi Wei said indifferently. Then he walked into the city. The 3 of them were clearly worried. Thus they followed him. Seeing Qi Wei appear, Ben Senlu said discontentedly, Trash! Why are you only here now? I have few people here. I have to fight outside. Qi Wei said. Ben Senlu's discontented face immediately revealed a trace of joy. This was naturally his masterpiece. Young master, may I know why you've come? Could it be that foster father has instructions for you? Qi Wei asked. Hearing the words foster father, a trace of anger once again appeared in Ben Senlu's eyes. He said mockingly, Who do you think you are? Why should father give you instructions? I've come this time to tell you that this young master is going to land here. If you want to land here, it's very dangerous. Chi Wei said, If trash like you can do it, why can't I? I'm just here to remind you. Don't let this young master destroy your city without knowing what happened. After saying that, Ben Senlu coldly snorted and walked forward. During this time, he saw Sina and the others. However, he didn't recognize them. He gave them a disdainful smile and left the city. This guy really is arrogant. So what if he wants to land? We won't let him pass through to build a teleportation formation, Sina said coldly. Chi Wei said, With his personality, he definitely won't let us pass through. What do you mean? There are only 4 cities. He still has friends. So arrogant, and he still has friends? Birds of a feather flock together. Chapter 26-29. Yi Qian brought some people back. In addition to the original people, she also brought some level 9 Moonwolf clan members. They could decompose materials, which was why Yi Qian brought them here. The craftsman ancestor and the rest had not returned to the Divine City, so Yi Qian arranged for one person to wait there. Zi Chen's world was still a secret to Toby and the rest. He could not let these people know that he was still alive. If the news leaked, he would be in great danger. After Zi Chen killed the creatures from the alternate space, he would throw the corpses into the city for everyone to decompose. Toby and the rest did not need to go out to kill at all. They had endless materials to decompose every day. Zi Chen and the others were still in a killing spree. Apart from killing, they spent the rest of their time cultivating. Everyone was either comprehending sword intent or saber intent. While comprehending saber intent, the consumption of soul power was huge. During this period, everyone used soul crystals to recover their soul power. These soul crystals were exchanged by Yi Qian at the trading ground. There were 2 ways to improve one's cultivation. The first was to change one's soul to break through. This method was relatively difficult, but as long as one's soul transformed and had enough resources, one's strength would break through quickly. The second method was to refine divine crystals to change one's strength. First, one's strength would transform, and then the soul would transform. Xing Chen, brilliant, bright moon, and Lei Ting did not comprehend saber intent or sword intent. They were killing naturally, but their soul realms were improving quickly. They seemed to be breaking through by killing. The devil ape was not good at saber intent or sword intent, so he did not comprehend them. He was comprehending his own technique to maximize his combat strength. There were enough enemies here so it would be easy. Monk was very busy. He summoned his golden body, one comprehending saber intent and one comprehending sword intent. However, neither made any progress. Wang Xian was comprehending sword intent, which she was good at. Zhang Haoyan was also comprehending. As for the others, they were comprehending saber intent. After all, saber intent had more room to grow. However, after a few months, they all gave up. 5 stone tablets, comprehending 5 sword intents, and one would reach level 5 ancient ancestor. This sounded simple, but how difficult was it to comprehend? Even Zi Chen, who was holding a blade, had not been able to comprehend any blade intent. The divine clone wielded the stone saber and fought, comprehending skills through battle, slaughter, enlightenment, decomposition, exchange. This was what they had been doing recently, and the cycle had been repeating itself. During this period of time, he did not monitor Yue and the others because it was completely unnecessary. No matter how strong their forces were, it was impossible for them to reach this place. For them, this was an extremely rare period of peace. Every time they collected a certain amount of materials, Yi Qian would exchange them for contribution points and divine crystals. She would then exchange them for items that everyone needed. Opposite the Saber Ancestor's tablet, Zi Chen sat 100 meters away, comprehending. As his comprehension deepened, He moved forward step by step. 95 meters, 90 meters, 85 meters. Every meter forward was a kind of improvement. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, Zi-chan was getting closer and closer to the Saber Ancestor's tablet. Buzz! One day, the Saber Ancestor's steel trembled slightly. The steel suddenly glowed, and a fierce aura swept out. Sensing this aura, everyone turned their heads. From the Saber Ancestor's tablet, a ray of saber essence flew out and went straight for Zi-chan. The saber essence was fast, but there was no danger. It landed on Zi-chan and then disappeared. Oh, you have comprehended a saber essence. Not bad. Unfortunately, you have already reached this level, so you can't break through. The saber spirit looked back at Zi-chan and then continued to decompose the materials. He had no choice. If the saber spirit wanted to fully recover, he would need a lot of regeneration divine sources. Under such circumstances, he could only decompose and exchange them himself. This could be considered as self-sufficiency. After comprehending a saber essence, the pressure on the Saber Ancestor's tablet disappeared. Zi-chan got up and walked forward. He walked up to the Saber Ancestor's tablet and touched it with his hand, quietly comprehending. He could clearly feel that the Saber Ancestor's tablet contained a stronger saber essence, but he could not trigger it. It was as if it was sealed by some force. You have comprehended a saber essence. How do you feel? The monk and the others got up and looked at Zi-chan curiously. Not bad, Zi-chan said as he stretched out 2 fingers. A saber essence accompanied by the divine ancestor power appeared. Swoosh! The saber essence swept past the crowd and landed on the ground. The ground was split into 2, and the cut was clean and smooth. The crowd was shocked. With the saber essence, the attack speed was faster. Before they could react, the attack had already landed. It's hard to block it when you are caught off guard, the monk said as he envied Zi-chan. A few days later, Wang Xian comprehended a sword essence. The sword essence was not much different from the saber essence, but it was sharper and faster. However, Wang Xian's comprehension came to an end. There were no other ancient sword tablets to comprehend. Hence, Wang Xian started to comprehend the original sword technique. Once she mastered it, her combat strength would become stronger. After that, the crowd discussed going to the trading ground to see if there were any other ancient sword tablets. In the realm of the gods, there were too many trading grounds. There were only 9 ancient sword tablets. It was lucky to find one. How difficult would it be to find the others? It's not difficult to find the other ancient sword tablets. However, you have to be prepared. The saber spirit suddenly said. The crowd turned to look at him with anticipation. The saber spirit put down what he was doing and stood there, looking at them without saying a word. Tell us. The monk was a little anxious. The saber spirit lifted his head, looking a little arrogant. He smiled but did not say a word. What do we have to prepare? Zi-chan asked. The saber spirit looked at him but did not say a word. Su Mengyao understood what the saber spirit meant. She said, Senior, you don't have to decompose materials anymore. We will think of a way to get the regenerative celestial source for your recovery. The saber spirit looked at Su Mengyao with admiration and said, It's simple. Go and get the sword. Once you have refined the sword and hold it, you will be able to sense it as long as the sword ancestor tablet is within a certain range. Sword! The crowd was stunned when they heard the saber spirit. Zi-chan said, Are you talking about the Battle King sword? The saber spirit said, It doesn't matter what it's called as long as it's a sword. The saber spirit's words confirmed Zi-chan's guess. Everyone knew where the Battle King sword was. However, they hesitated at this moment. The Battle King sword had merged with the Life Star's laws. At the critical moment, it would protect the people on the Life Star. If they took the Battle King's sword away, what would they do if the alien race invaded the Life Star? This was not a problem. Zichen said, Xian go and get the sword. After you take the sword, leave some tricks up your sleeves. They were all in the progenitor realm now, which was much stronger than the Great Sage realm. It was normal for them to leave some tricks up their sleeves. Moreover, there were no new heaven-defying experts. The possibility of the alien race invading the Life Star was not high. After the discussion, the Devil Ape, Wang Xian, Zhang Haoqian, and Shang Guanyu returned. Toby led the way. The four of them did not only have to go back to get the sword, but they also had to find the craftsman ancestor and the others and bring them here. After they left, everyone continued to kill. Zichen continued to comprehend the second saber intent. The monk did not cultivate. Instead, he went to find the saber spirit. At this moment, the saber spirit was lying on a recliner. He held a purple clay teapot in his hand and looked at the beautiful scenery in front of him. He seemed very relaxed. It had to be said that Zichen's world was much better than the divine world. He noticed the monk's arrival. He glanced at him but did not say anything. Senior, the monk called out. Then he squatted beside the saber spirit and said, I have a question that I don't quite understand. I hope that Senior can answer it. What is it? The saber spirit said lazily. You said that there are so many strange things on our Life Star. For example, there are the Saber Ancestors Tablet and the Sword Ancestors Tablet. However, I know that there is also the Shield. Is there a corresponding Shield Ancestors Tablet? The monk asked. Of course there is, the Saber Spirit said. Really? The monk's eyes widened. The Saber Spirit looked at the monk and said, The shield is known as the strongest defense in the world. Naturally, there is a corresponding shield intent. With it, one's defense will be even stronger. But isn't the strongest defense in the world the supernatural power of Buddhism? The monk asked. That's just a derivation. In the end, it is still the shield. Doesn't that mean that with the shield, one can sense the shield ancestor's tablet and then comprehend the strongest defense in the world? The monk was pleasantly surprised, but his expression was also somewhat complicated. The saber spirit saw through his thoughts and said, You darn baldy, your thoughts are not right. All the techniques in the world are almost interconnected. If one's comprehension is good, they will naturally be able to obtain more. There was also no rule that stated that the strongest defense had to belong to monks like you. Even the 6-syllable mantra is not the only one. Taoism has the 9-syllable mantra. The saber spirit continued. Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to all things. All the techniques in the world do not deviate from their roots. In the end, they are all Taos. Whether it is the saber, the sword, or the shield, they are all Taos. The Taos are invisible, but they are also... All right, stop. I'm just asking if there is a shield ancestor's tablet. I'm not here to listen to your lecture. The monk quickly interrupted the saber spirit. Of course there is. The saber spirit said there are also 9 pieces. However, the prerequisite is that you can find a complete shield and refine it. I know that. What I want to know is that the strongest defense in the world is the shield, right? That's right. In my Buddhist techniques, the strongest defense is derived from the shield, right? Yes. In that case, the shield should belong to us Buddhists, right? Let's not talk about this. I know you are right. The monk nodded in satisfaction. He then stood up and shouted at Zichen, Zichen, the shield is mine. Please return it to me. Chapter 2630. Zichen heard the monk's voice, but he ignored it. Senior Saber Spirit said that the best defense in the world is the shield, and the shield is the best defense in the world. Therefore, your shield is mine to begin with. Monk walked up to Zichen and said confidently, Yours. Zichen looked at Monk. Of course. Monk nodded and stood there. He looked very confident and proud. Why? Because I have mastered the strongest defense in Buddhism. It is also the shield intent, just like your saber intent. Why? Do you want to own the shield intent now that you have the saber intent? Monk stared at Ziqin. Ziqin said calmly, saber intent and shield intent should be two different things, right? With a saber, I can also use a shield. With a saber in one hand and a shield in the other, I can attack and defend. My combat power is very strong. Monk frowned and said, Ziqin, isn't this too shameless? You only need one. Can't you see that we don't have one? I exchanged my life for this. Even if it's shameless, it should be mine. You? Why? Am I wrong? Besides, I don't have a shield now. I only have a core. Ziqin took out the white pearl, which was the core of the shield. The shield was now divided into two parts. The core was with him, and the other part was with Jiwei. Then why don't we go to Jiwei and snatch it? Monk said. Easy for you to say. If it was so easy to snatch it, the shield would have been complete long ago. Ziqin kept the core of the shield. There was no room for discussion. Now that their cultivation level was too low, it was not good for them to cause trouble, let alone Jiwei. Ziqin still remembered what Jiwei had said. If it was not for some reason, he would have become a level 4 divine envoy long ago. Now he believed that Jiwei would definitely speed up his breakthrough. Therefore, he had to speed up. Monk was a little envious of the core in Ziqin's hand. Therefore, he went to look for the saber spirit. He wanted to persuade the saber spirit to get the core from Ziqin. With the core of the shield, your defense will indeed be strengthened, the sword spirit said. The monk was overjoyed. He dragged the saber spirit to Ziqin's side. Senior, please tell him. If I tell him, he won't listen, Monk said expectantly. Sword spirit looked at Ziqin and said, even the core of the shield will be useful to him. His defense will increase. You really put in a lot of effort. Ziqin glanced at Tyrant and said, sarcastically. He then took out the core of the shield and threw it to Tyrant. Thanks. Tyrant happily took the core of the shield and said, you can get the core of the shield by saying a few words. Anyone would be willing to do that. After that, the monk left in satisfaction. Don't try to comprehend saber intent. It's useless to you. Just comprehend the 6-syllable mantra. It'll be of great help to you. Also, refine this core properly. It won't do you any harm, Saber Spirit said to Tyrant. Got it. Tyrant didn't turn around and disappeared. Before he refined the core of the shield, it was impossible for him to reappear. Saber Spirit put away his joking expression and looked at Ziqin, saying, since you have the ability to find a complete shield, go and get it. This thing is much more important than you think. Ziqin nodded. He already knew that whether it was a shield, a saber, or a sword, they were not as simple as sacred weapons. However, it was too difficult to get the shield from Yue. Moreover, he didn't want to alert the enemy at the moment. Next, everyone continued to fight for more resources. This way, when they found the other sword ancestor steals, they would have enough divine gems and contribution points to exchange for them. A few years passed in the blink of an eye. Qian, who was in charge of exchanging for resources, had already earned a lot of contribution points. Wang Xian, and the rest had yet to return. The city still looked like a castle. However, after a few years of killing, there were obviously fewer creatures from the alternate dimensions around. After a few years of development, the city built by Yue had started to take shape. During this time, the 4 of them had become closer. Their city gradually gained some fame. In the past few years, a few new cities had been built behind them. It was worth mentioning that Ben Senlu City, which was thousands of miles away, was developing even better. Just as Yue had guessed, he had called his friends to build the city here. After they had built the city, they would often come here to ridicule Yue. This was because their city was developing faster. This was all because Ben Senlu had the manpower and resources he needed. Towards this kind of provocation, Yan Wei completely ignored it. The only thing he could do was continue to cultivate and break through quickly. Therefore, when he reached the level of a second-level divine envoy, Ben Senlu still ridiculed him because he was a third-level divine envoy. However, when Yue Wei reached the third level, he couldn't ridicule him anymore. This was because Yue Wei had spent less than 100 years to reach the third level. However, he had used too many years. It was worth mentioning that Xan Lin and the rest had reached the level of a second-level divine envoy with many resources and deliberate diligence. However, in terms of cultivation, there was no doubt that Yue Wei, who had progressed step by step, had greater potential. As for the comprehension of the God clan's rules of order, he improved the fastest. Gradually, their city grew bigger and bigger. The number of people in the city also increased. During this period, many merchants came here. The city's popularity gradually increased. Wang Xian returned with the Battle King's sword. The craftsman ancestor and the rest had also returned. During this period, they also brought Lei Bao and the other three, who were suspected to be the reincarnations of the 4 great ancient ancestors here. When they arrived, they saw Ziqin and were very shocked. One had to know that in their hearts, Ziqin had died long ago. When I returned to the Life Star, I found that the rules of order there were signs of recovery. I thought that a new, heaven-defying cultivator was about to appear. I didn't expect you to return. The craftsman ancestor was a little surprised. Devouring Skywolf and the rest were very shocked. Zichen formally greeted Wuji and Qing Nu. The two of them could be considered his master and mistress. The Cerberus and the rest didn't return this time. Clearly, to them, the outside world was free. After everyone arrived, the speed of killing enemies became faster, and the resources they exchanged also increased. Some of them also began to try to comprehend the saber essence and sword essence. The sword was refined by Wang Xian. To be able to reach this step, there was no doubt about her potential. Next, she and Yi Qian embarked on a journey to other divine cities. During this period, Wang Xian, who held the sword, was mainly responsible for sensing the sword ancestor's tablet. It had to be said that this was a very long process. The two of them wouldn't return in a short time. Wang, the sword ancestor's tablet, shone brightly. The saber essence trembled. Another saber essence appeared and went straight for Ziqin. This was the second saber essence he had comprehended. Level 2 ancient ancestor. After his original body broke through, Zichen found that his doppelganger also showed signs of breaking through. Clearly, although they were two different souls, the essence of their souls was similar. When Zichen comprehended the third saber essence, 500 years had passed. However, this speed was still very fast in the eyes of the saber spirit. Apart from Zichen's breakthrough, the others also reached level 2 one after another because they had used divine crystals. It was worth mentioning that Wuji had reached level 3. The craftsman ancestor had reached level 5 and was trying to break through to level 6. In addition to Zichen's 12 level 6 heavenly clan members, although there weren't many people in this general level castle, their combat power was extremely strong. After hundreds of years of development, Rocky City had developed well. He was also the first to reach level 4. This made Ben Sunlu, who had reached level 4, very uncomfortable. He would come to find trouble with him from time to time. Their cities were only a few thousand miles apart. It was inevitable that there would be competition. Therefore, their relationship became worse and worse. Although Yan Wei had never responded directly, he had been deliberately suppressing Ben Sunlu in the dark. In addition, Rocky was also secretly recruiting people to be his confidants. How long has it been since Ben's son Lu came? One day, Yan Wei suddenly asked this question. About half a year, Sina said. Did this guy change his personality? Rocky said Send someone to take a look. Sina didn't understand. What do you mean? Rocky said, I feel that something is wrong. Sina saw that Rocky's expression had become abnormal. You can't be a masochist, right? He hasn't come to ridicule you for half a year. You should be happy. Rocky shook his head. I know him very well. He hasn't come for so long. Perhaps he's discovered something strange. Send someone to take a look. Remember, send a confidant. Seeing that Rocky's expression was extremely serious, Sina could only nod and send a confidant. About half a month later, that confidant brought news that Ben Sunlu's city had indeed become abnormal. On this day, Sina went to find Rocky. As soon as he saw him, he said, It really does seem abnormal. Ben Sunlu's city has been completely sealed off. It's said that even the teleportation formation has been shut down. Oh, what about the other cities? Rocky asked. The teleportation formation has been shut down as well. My people tried to gather information, but they didn't find anything, Sina said. Send someone to keep watch outside Ben Sunlu's city. As long as they do anything strange, report back. Sina heard Rocky's words and sent someone out again. But this time his subordinate brought back a piece of explosive news. Ben Sunlu had discovered a mother nest. Are you sure it's a mother nest? Rocky looked at Sina, his expression clearly changing. My people heard it with their own ears. It is a mother nest. What's more, when they attacked last time, they suffered enormous losses and failed. Right now, I hear that they're still sending people over. After hearing this news, Rocky immediately left. Where are you going? Sina asked. To find Yi Qian, Rocky said. Why do you want to find her? Could it be that you want to give her a share of the loot? That's a mother nest. It's an enormous opportunity. Sina said, confused. Chapter 2631. Yan Wei turned around and said, No, we won't do anything this time. If we don't do anything, are we going to give up the opportunity? When did you become so kind? Sina stared at Yan Wei. The opponent is Ben Sunlu. Once we do something and his mother nest is taken away, he will definitely vent his anger on us. Although we won't be afraid, we can't avoid trouble. Besides, our purpose here is to develop the city. Yan Wei said, Besides, according to Ben Sunlu's character, even if we take away the mother nest, he will use all kinds of methods to get some back. Rather than that, we might as well cooperate with Yi Qian. But why are you so sure that Yi Qian dares to go against Ben Sunlu? Sina asked doubtfully. Because her city doesn't need to develop. It doesn't matter who she offends. Besides, the 9th heavenly god values her very much. Even if the 2nd heavenly god dotes on Ben Sunlu, he won't dare to do anything to Yi Qian. Most importantly, according to the current situation, giving her the mother nest won't affect us directly. Because she doesn't have time to develop the city, she can't be considered our enemy for now. Right? Go inform Xianlin and Xavier. Tell them to think of ways to get information, but don't act. Wait for me to come back. Sina couldn't understand Yan Wei's actions, but he trusted Yan Wei, so he nodded. Yan Wei went to Yi Qian's city alone. He had to admit that he was very surprised by the depth of the enemy. But because of this, he didn't guard against Yi Qian. In such a place, they could only survive and couldn't expand their forces. Besides, she had 200 people at most, so there was no possibility of expansion. Yan Wei went 100,000 miles and saw Yi Qian's general class city. Although it was called a city, it was actually a castle. It stood alone on a plain and was enveloped by the divine light barrier. But what surprised him was that there wasn't a single creature from another dimension around the castle. It seems that they are working hard. Yang Wei smiled and flew forward. Behind him, a group of creatures from another dimension were coming this way. Buzz. He came to the castle's entrance and walked in. The light barrier trembled, preventing Yan Wei from entering. Yan Wei was slightly surprised, but then he understood. This was a city that had not been reported, so the owner of the city had absolute authority, including preventing outsiders from entering. If that was the case, Yan Wei would lower his guard against Yi Qian and prevent others from entering. Clearly, Yi Qian had no intention of developing the city. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before they put away the city and left. Yi Qian, Yan Wei, who was standing outside, called out through voice transmission. Divine light swirled around his body, forming ripples that repelled the creatures from the alternate dimensions. Shwa! 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 At this moment, rays of light shot out from the castle. They were all God's envoys, and they were going to kill the creatures from the alternate time and space that Yan Wei had lured over. In an instant, the battle was over, and these people brought the corpse of the creature back to the castle. During this time, no one looked at Yan Wei. It was as if they had completely ignored him. Halfway through, Rocker tried twice, but he still couldn't enter the city. Why are you looking for Goddess Yi Qian? A voice came from the divine city. Zi Chen's god race avatar walked out. You are? Yan Wei looked at Zi Chen in confusion. I am the goddess's guard. She is not in the city right now. If you have anything to say, just tell me, Zi Chen said. Can you represent the goddess? Yan Wei looked at Zi Chen from head to toe. Since the goddess is not here, I am the one in charge here, Zi Chen said. Do you have the guts to fight against a god's son? Or rather, can you represent everyone here and fight against a god's son? Zi Chen said, If you are referring to yourself, then I believe we can. If the four of you work together, we should have no problem. But I believe that you did not come here to provoke us, right? Zi Chen's meaning was very clear. A look of surprise appeared in Yan Wei's eyes. I got some information about the mother nest, Yan Wei said directly. I want to share this information with you, but we want 80% of what you get. Zi Chen heard this and smiled faintly. Just a piece of information and you want 80%? You have a big appetite. Sorry, we're not interested. You can go find someone else. Yan Wei emphasized, this is accurate information, not just a piece of information. It's just that the other party's identity is a bit special, so we can't do anything. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten such a good deal. We don't want such a good deal. After that, Zi Chen turned to leave. Aren't you going to ask who the other party is? Why didn't the four of us God's sons do anything? Why did we tell you this information? Yan Wei said, It doesn't matter who the other party is. What matters is that your appetite is too big, Zi Chen said calmly. Then 50-50 is fine. We want half of what you get. This was Yan Wei's original plan. Asking for 80% was obviously impossible, but 50% should not be a problem. Zi Chen looked back at Yan Wei. You are too greedy. Not only do we have to fight head-on, but we also have to face that troublesome existence. You just provided a piece of information, but we have to give you half of what we get. Do you think that's possible? Yan Wei stared at Zi Chen. This is related to the mother nest. You and I don't have to test each other. Half is my bottom line. Zi Chen said, But why do you believe that we will give you half? What if we give you half? Of course I don't believe you, but I believe in Yi Qian. The goddess is not here now. But you are one of her people, aren't you? Although he felt that Yan Wei was shameless, and he did not have a good impression of Yan Wei, he had to admit that Yan Wei was a good judge of character. Yi Qian would either not agree, or if she did, she would not give him half of what she got after getting the mother nest. Since you've already said that probing each other is meaningless, then I'll just say it directly. This time, we'll definitely have to endure too much danger. If 50% is your bottom line, then we need something. What? Shield. We want a shield. At this time, a voice came from behind and Tyrant walked out. He looked at Yan Wei and said, The shield belongs to our life star. You have to return it to us. Yan Wei looked at Tyrant. He had experienced this strange monk's methods before, and he had a deep impression of him. "The shield is mine. Why should I give it to you?" "You!" Looking at the angry tyrant, Zichen said, "This is part of the deal." Yan Wei said, "If this is a deal, then I want 60%. This time, without waiting for Tyrant to speak, Zichen said unyieldingly, "Absolutely not. You and I both know what level the Life Stars items are, and how useful they are to us. This is only one of my conditions, not a condition to be negotiated." These words struck a chord in Wai Wei's heart. The shield in his hand wasn't complete. It was missing its most important core. Moreover, at his current level, although the shield still had a powerful defense, he had been to the God Realm's trading ground before. He knew very well that as long as one had enough contribution points in God crystals, it was very easy to exchange for defensive items that were even more powerful than the shield. It could be said that the shield was dispensable. However, he did not understand why the other party would suddenly raise such a condition. Could it be that the shield had a secret he did not know? However, he had already had the shield for many years. If there was a secret, he would have discovered it long ago. Only a complete shield would have a secret. Thinking of this possibility, Yan Wei frowned. He wondered if it was worth it to give up this shield, which might contain a great secret, for the mother nest. Seeing that Yan Wei did not respond, Zichen turned and left. Tyrant was helpless, but he knew his limits. He curled his lips and left. "I want to know, why do you want the shield in my hand?" Yan Wei suddenly asked. "Because it originally belonged to us. It is not appropriate to leave it with you," an old voice said. This time, the craftsman ancestor walked out. So the craftsman ancestor is also here. When Yan Wei saw the craftsman ancestor, a smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he, who had thought that the shield might contain a secret, dispelled this thought. This time, Yi Qian's guard must have made this request because of the craftsman ancestor. It had to be said that these existences from the Life Star were the main fighting force by Yi Qian's side. Even if they were to deal with Ben's son Lu, they would be the vanguard. Thus, the other side had to carefully consider the craftsman ancestor's request. Yan Wei said, "In that case, our deal is done. However, after the matter is done, we will give you the resources and the shield. You have to give us the shield in advance. Although this is a transaction, we do not wish to suffer a great loss," said the craftsman ancestor. "That's fine. However, if you fail this time, it means that you owe me a favor. I will ask for this favor at any time." "Okay." Seeing the craftsman ancestor nod, Yan Wei took out the shield. Divine light twirled around it. Obviously, it had been refined by a lot of divine power. Then, the divine light on the shield quickly extinguished. Yan Wei had directly erased his imprint. The shield returned to its simple and unadorned appearance. However, without the core, it looked a bit ugly. The craftsman ancestor took the shield. "Farewell." Yan Wei cupped his fists at the craftsman ancestor. After Yan Wei left, the craftsman ancestor returned with the shield. The monk seemed to be very impatient. Zichen followed behind. He was also very excited. He thought that if he wanted to get the shield from Yan Wei, the two sides would have to fight to the death. He did not expect it to be so easy. After returning to the room, Zichen opened his world. The three of them entered. After arriving at his world, everyone gathered together to size up this shield. The craftsman ancestor scanned the shield with his spiritual sense. He did not find any remnant of Yan Wei's divine sense on it. Just as he was about to hand the shield to the monk, Saber Spirit stepped forward and said, "Let me see." He took the shield from the craftsman ancestor and scanned it with his powerful spiritual sense. Suddenly, the shield shone with a resplendent divine light. "Humph!" Saber Spirit coldly snorted. His spiritual sense instantly turned into a sharp blade and swept across the shield. The divine light on the shield dissipated in an instant. In the outside world, Yan Wei, who was hurrying on his way, was shocked. He spat out a mouthful of divine blood. Chapter 2632. See understand holy weapon? When Jia Tu and Huang Tu heard what the patriarch said, they were obviously taken aback. Advertisement, if it was just to let Zichen in, it would be nothing. It was just a matter of a quota. But he wanted a holy weapon. Didn't that mean that Zichen had to pay the price of a holy weapon for this help? A holy weapon was even more important than a holy king. If Zichen agreed to this deal, no matter how one looked at it, it would seem like an exorbitant demand. He wasn't feeling indignant for Zichen, but he felt that it was inconceivable and not worth the price. Things should be looked at from both sides. If you consider it from Zichen's point of view, you won't feel that this price is outrageous. It will even feel that it is very reasonable. Not to mention one holy weapon. Even if I want 2 or 3, as long as Zichen has it, he will definitely give it to me. This is called a rare commodity, and in the entire Star Road, no one can help him except Jia Tu, and no one has the ability to help him. Looking at Jia Tu and Huang Tu, who still couldn't understand, the patriarch waved his hand and said, "Go, convey my intentions to him. I believe he will definitely agree." Jia Tu and Huang Tu bowed and turned to leave. He naturally had reservations about this matter. He always felt that it was inappropriate to do so. Unfortunately, with so many elders and the patriarch present, his opinion was of no use. After Jia Tu and Huang Tu returned to their residence, they saw Zichen. This young man, who had always been very calm, looked very nervous at this moment. Perhaps it was just as the patriarch had said. This matter was very important to him. It was also because of this that the patriarch asked for an exorbitant price. Yiqian was still expressionless, as if she didn't care about this matter. Although she didn't speak, she wasn't stupid. She knew that the Jia Tu family would definitely agree to this matter, but they would definitely make a request. The patriarch has already agreed, but Jia Tu and Huang Tu looked at Zichen and said hesitantly, "I don't know what the patriarch wants. As long as I can do it, I will do my best to do it." Zichen said, and his hanging heart was also relieved. "Do you still remember the pattern of the Star Road that I described to you last time? The one where our 3 forces were located?" Jia Tu and Huang Tu asked. "I remember. Last time you said that the star field where your 3 families are located is equivalent to 3 planets, surrounding the planet in the middle. It's a little special." Zichen said with a nod. "I hid a part of it from you last time. Actually, that place would open up every once in a while for the saints of our 3 clans to enter to search for fortuitous encounters. Of course, it's a place to look for opportunities, but it contains a place. The head of the family means that he can agree to your conditions, but you need to go there on our behalf." Jia Tu Huangta looked at Zichen and said, "That's the request?" The patriarch also said that if you agree to bring out a saint weapon from inside, then the resources needed this time will be provided by the Jiatu family. The exact time is uncertain, but judging from the fluctuations last time, it's estimated to be about 100 years. Jia Tu and Huang Tu said, "Of course, you can only agree to the former." And before Jia Tu and Huang Tu could finish, Zichen said, "No, I choose the latter." "Zichen, you?" Jia Tu and Huang Tu looked at Zichen in confusion. Zichen smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness. I know what to choose. By the way, what's the situation there?" "I don't know the specific situation because I've never been in. There is information about that place in the family, but it's all absolutely confidential. Those who are not qualified to enter are not qualified to know. Even I don't know now. However, it's said that there are opportunities inside. The holy weapon that you fought with last time was brought out from there. This is not false at all. As for the specific information, we will only know when we are about to enter." Jia Tu and Huang Tu said so much in one breath. He didn't know anything else, but he was sure that there would be opportunities there. If you want to get something, you have to pay a price. Before coming, Zichen had already made this plan. What he was more worried about was that he didn't have the chips to trade with the other party. Now that the other party had a request, he could agree to this matter. It seemed that he was at a disadvantage in exchanging holy weapons for resources. If that place was open now, Zichen would definitely hesitate again and again. However, that place would not be open for the time being, and opening the passage was a top priority. There couldn't be a moment of delay. It was equivalent to Zichen using a promise in exchange for everything he wanted. At least for now, Zichen didn't suffer any losses and even earned a lot. After deliberately staying in the Jia Tu clan for a day, Jia Tu and Huang Tu prepared the resources needed to open the passage for Zichen. With these resources, Zichen and Yi Qian returned to the Nifa's star field. This time, Jia Tu and Huang Tu traveled together, and he wanted to convey new orders to these array masters. After Zichen left, several elders of the Jia Tu clan gathered together again and expressed their opinions on this matter. Dozens of saints for decades, as well as some useless resources placed in the clan, could be exchanged for a holy weapon. This transaction was undoubtedly a big profit. As for whether Zichen could obtain a holy weapon, they didn't have to worry. As long as this heaven-defying cultivator could come out alive, he would definitely be able to bring a holy weapon. In a short time, Zichen returned to the Nifa's starfield, and Jia Tu and Huang Tu began to arrange tasks for the Saint-grade array masters. As for Zichen, he called LV Pungover and motioned for the other array masters to lead them to seal off a certain space in this starfield. The next sealed place would be their core residence, and it would be their biggest secret. As for the sealed space, it was very far away from the vortex. Since the vortex had already appeared, there was no need to hide it anymore. And according to Su Mengyao, as long as she was given a period of time, the laws she controlled would be able to open up a new space vortex, from which they could perceive the landing of a new planet. While everyone was busy, Zichen and Yi Qian once again set off for the Jia Tu clan. This time, Zichen brought the universe origin cauldron and a lot of resources prepared for his doppelganger. After passing through the Jia Tu clan, they arrived at Yi Qian's world. After that, Yi Qian stayed here, while Zichen bid farewell to her mother and returned to the Zhanwu continent. After arriving at the Zhanwu continent, Zichen immediately went to the first continent, where he saw great sage Yin Zhong and Qing Feng, who already had signs of entering the saint grade. I have been waiting for you to come back for a long time, and I've already prepared the people for you. After seeing Zichen, Qing Feng said with a smile before the other party could speak. 10 years ago, after Xing Chen and the devil ape returned, they came to find great sage Yin Zhong and asked him to gather all the heavenly realms in the Zhanwu continent who had comprehended the heavenly Tao's laws or related to the heavenly Tao's laws. Zichen would take these people to the star path, amplify their perception, and specifically sense the planets in the vortex. Because of Zichen, this world had advanced once again. Those who had comprehended the heavenly Tao's laws also broke through faster. So in 10 years, the entire Zhanwu continent had provided Zichen with more than 1,000 heavenly realms who had comprehended the heavenly Tao's laws. Many of them came from the floating Mist sect, which Zichen had once caused a ruckus. Of course, these were all grievances from a long time ago, and no one would care about it during the chaotic times of war. After staying here for a day, Zichen brought these people to the Tianwu continent. In the Tianwu continent, there were also those who had comprehended the heavenly Tao's laws. They had already gathered in the Wuji sect, and Zichen directly returned to the Wuji sect. In the perception of his spiritual sense, Zichen sensed the aura of many saints. It was obvious that over the years, the clone had condensed too many saint crystals, and under the acceleration of time, many people had become saints. After returning to the Wuji sect, Zichen didn't go to see the others. He first went to find his clone. The place where his clone condensed Saint crystals was a separate space within the time castle. Outside that space, there were 5 saints in charge of distributing Saint power crystals. There were also 5 saints in charge of finding suitable heavenly realms according to the amount of saint power they had. After handing over all his gains to these saints, Zichen walked to the place where his clone was condensing saint crystals. He waited for half a day to condense saint crystals before fusing with his clone and comprehending the insights his clone had gained over the years. After fusing, Zichen continued to leave behind his clone and returned to the Wuji sect. Due to the many resources that had been sent over, the Azure Dragon Saint and the others had recovered most of their strength. Their overall combat power had increased greatly. The Tree of Life had been obtained by Chunfeng, and he was working hard to break through to the Saint realm. After staying in the Wuji sect for 3 days, Zichen brought these people who had comprehended the heavenly Tao's laws to the Star Path. Hearing that they were going to the Star Path, these cultivators were all very excited. Looking at these excited people, Zichen suddenly thought of the lightning ancestors' words. Without the efforts of their predecessors, the future generations would have no choice. In the past, everyone had revered the Star Path. Now, everyone had another choice. Perhaps in the future, there would be even more choices. After leaving the Tianwu continent, Zichen met up with Yi Qian. After bidding farewell to Yi Qian's mother, he went to the Jiata clan and then entered the sinful Starfield. Now, everything on the Star Path had stabilized. Having made up his mind, Zichen left the sinful Starfield and went to the Dei Starfield with Mingyu. The Dei Starfield was now completely under the control of the Zambu clan. As soon as Zichen appeared, Zambu Haoming received the news and personally came to meet with Zichen. Because of his relationship with Zambu Haolin, he knew a lot about Zichen's current situation. He knew that Zichen's current power was growing stronger and stronger. Zichen went directly to Moon City. Next, he would fuse with the Universe Origin Cauldron and take the most important step on the Star Path. Chapter 2633. C_T. The Universal Origin Cauldron had been divided into 2 parts during the battle. The Everlasting Sect kept one part, while the Everlasting Sect brought the other part to the Star Passage. Almost all the books you want to read are available. It's much more stable than the other websites. The updates are faster. It's all text with no advertisements. In the end, it was placed in the Moon City to guard the city. When Zichen came here in the past, he didn't have the strength to take it away. Now, Zichen, who had entered the Saint Realm, had the strength to do so. Arriving at the Moon City, at the core of the formation, Zichen looked at the burning furnace in front of him. The half of the Universal Origin Cauldron in his hand was trembling slightly. There was a sense of excitement in his voice that was clearly conveyed. This time, Zichen didn't stop him. He let go of the Universal Origin Cauldron in his hand. Boom! As the Universal Origin Cauldron was released, the surrounding space began to tremble. The furnace in front of him let out a loud boom. The flames inside were like boiling lava as they expanded and spread. With the furnace as the foundation, the formation that had protected the Moon City for countless years exploded. Terrifying energy ripples spread in all directions above the Moon City. Countless buildings were destroyed by this energy. This city was almost empty. Only a few elders were left to guard it. They were all outside the city. Seeing the half-destroyed city, they didn't look reluctant. Although they had lived here for a long time, this wasn't their home. Their home was on the Life Star. A young man of the Moon Clan looked at the raging energy in the sky. Looking at the destroyed city, he asked worriedly, "Lady Moon Maiden, is Lord Zichen in danger?" The Moon Maiden shook her head gently, her eyes looking forward. Today, Zichen was about to fuse with the Universal Origin Cauldron. Once it was fused, it would become a sacred weapon that could strengthen Zi Chen's fighting strength and increase the overall fighting strength of the Life Star. All sacred weapons had spirits, let alone this sacred weapon that had been passed down from the ancient era. Even if it could hurt people, it would never hurt Zichen, the only heaven-defying expert on the Life Star. Just as the city was being destroyed, a raging fire suddenly erupted from the center of the city. It was like an erupting volcano, but what was spewing out was not magma, but flames. The raging fire instantly spread and enveloped the entire Moon City. Amidst the flames, the entire Moon City vanished. The flames burned for a long time. It was like a sea of fire that kept rolling. Occasionally, the roars of ancient beasts would come from the depths of the flames. In their line of sight, Moon City was no longer visible. All that was left was the sea of fire that never extinguished. Everyone waited outside the flames for an entire month, but Zichen did not appear. During this time, the Moon Maiden was slightly worried and walked into the sea of fire. In the center of the sea of fire, she saw Zichen sitting cross-legged. In front of Zichen was an ancient cauldron that was constantly spitting out flames. The high temperature of that place was troublesome even for her. She did not disturb him and turned to leave. After that, she led the others toward the nefarious starfield. According to Zichen, if he took too long to fuse with the cauldron, they were to leave first. If he did not come out by the time the passage opened, they were to let those who wanted to return to the Life Star go back first. Everyone retreated, no longer caring about the situation here. Zambu Haoming issued an order to mark this place as a forbidden zone, forbidding everyone in this star field from entering. After a long time, everyone knew that there was a sea of fire in this forbidden zone, and there seemed to be a great treasure in that sea of fire. Time flew. Soon a year had passed. During this year, the sea of fire was still the same. Inside the sea of fire, Zichen did not move, as if he was in seclusion. However, after being calcined by the fire, the energy in his body became purer and more abundant. His body and soul were also strengthened. The universe origin cauldron was still fusing, and Zichen was still growing. Year after year, several years after that, Zichen did not move at all. Compared to the motionless Zichen, the entire nefarious starfield was changing rapidly. Every day, cultivators from the Life Star would enter the star field that led to the Jatu family's territory to train there. Because more and more cultivators and experts came from the Life Star, the alien races living here no longer had the deep-rooted hatred. They could get along well with these people. When the 10th year came, under LV Peng's leadership and the cooperation of many other formation masters, this star field was completely sealed. As the last restriction fell, the entire void began to distort. It was directly isolated and then disappeared. At this moment, people outside could not see LV Peng inside the restriction. Moreover, this place did not have any abnormalities, so people could cross it. The two were in the same place, but they were not in the same space-time. This place would be the foundation of Zi Chen's force. After this place was formed, Su Mengyao, Shen Tiandao, and Fortune Teller entered this space. Then, the three of them sat cross-legged in 3 different places and began to comprehend the heavenly Tao's rules. 3 years later, a beam of energy appeared on each of them. It was like a rope piercing straight into the sky. Another 3 years later, the space above Su Mingyao's head began to twist, and a vortex appeared. This vortex was expanding unceasingly, becoming bigger and bigger, bursting out rumbling noises. After the vortex was formed, a planet appeared from the vortex, pulled by a beam of energy, falling into this space. This is the real advantage of the Life Star. It's stealing the heavenly Tao's opportunities. Xingchen looked at the scene, his face still showing astonishment. The star path had appeared for so many years, but almost no one had discovered this secret. However, Shen Tian Dao had accidentally encountered it. After that, it was out of control. The first planet that appeared would be their station in this sealed area, their headquarters. After spending 10 years to seal this space, the area was big enough. After the first planet was pulled out, Su Mengyao left this place and went to the next space to continue to comprehend. This vortex that had appeared before had hundreds of Heaven Realm warriors who were still comprehending the heavenly Tao's rules around it, slowly comprehending. Once they entered the Saint Realm, they could stand under the vortex and not die. As for now, they could not do so. 2 years later, a vortex appeared above Shen Tiandao's head, and a planet appeared from the vortex. Half a year later, the fortune teller also opened up a space vortex and summoned a planet. 20 years passed quickly, and it was less than 70 years before the invasion of the other race saints. Zi Qin still did not make any moves, and the Sea of Fire was still there. The entire Nephes star field was still operating in an orderly manner according to Zi Chen's original arrangements. Soon, another 10 years had passed, and the saints who had comprehended the heavenly Tao's rules began to show up. They continued to comprehend the rules in that mysterious space, so that they could steal more planets. Now, there were 7 space vortexes in that space, and 15 saints who could comprehend the rules under the vortexes. After another 10 years, the number of saints increased to 40, and the number of space vortexes increased to 10. After that, the number of space vortexes stopped increasing, and many cultivators who had broken through began to steal more planets in the process of comprehending the rules. Over the past few decades, the number of Saint Crystals he had obtained was also enormous. During this period, the Devil Ape took these Saint Crystals and Saint Power Crystal pieces from other starfields back to the Tianwu continent to deliver resources to Zi Chen's clone. In the 5th decade, dozens of Saint Array Masters worked together and finally connected the transportation formation to the outer region of the Life Star. Because of the protection of the rules of the Life Star, the other saints could only stop there. The transportation formation to the Tianwu continent would be completed by L.V. Peng and the other Array Masters from the Life Star. Although the next step was to wrap things up, it was relatively time-consuming. A tremor suddenly came from the sea of fire that had existed for dozens of years. The flames that had burned all year long disappeared, and a quaint cauldron appeared in the depths of the flames. Zi Qin, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the cauldron, opened his eyes for the first time and looked at the cauldron that had completely merged. At this moment, the cauldron looked quaint, ancient, and extraordinary. Zi Qin, who was closely connected with the cauldron through his spiritual senses, could truly sense the extraordinariness of this cauldron. Everything in the universe was inside the cauldron. Rather than calling it a cauldron, it would be better to call it a world that contained everything in the universe. It was also a saint weapon, a very ancient saint weapon. Just as Zi Qin opened his eyes, the cauldron burst out with bright radiance. A vast aura erupted, and saint might surged between heaven and earth. A middle-aged man stood on top of the cauldron. His appearance was very similar to the cauldron spirit. It was the middle-aged cauldron spirit. "Greetings, Senior." Zi Qin stood up and respectfully bowed to the middle-aged man, even though the cauldron belonged to him. "It has finally merged. Although I can't unleash its full power for the time being, it can still be used as a saint weapon. I have taught you how to control it. Zi Qin, you will be in charge of controlling it. I still need to sleep to fuse with it," the cauldron spirit said to Zi Qin. "Many thanks, Senior." Zi Qin expressed his gratitude and bowed again. The cauldron spirit above him disappeared. With one thought, the universal origin cauldron began to shrink. The method of controlling it had not changed. Having obtained the universal origin cauldron was equivalent to having a powerful saint weapon to protect himself. It was time for Zi Qin to carry out the matter that he had been pondering over. "The Hort family? I hope you won't disappoint me." After putting away the universal origin cauldron, Zi Qin turned around and left for the city of Sin. Previously, when he searched Hort's soul, he found a set of coordinates. Those coordinates were very likely the way back to the Hort family. The Hort family had been in seclusion for a very long time. Han Shuo believed that there must be a lot of resources in the star field they were in. For the sake of these resources, Zichen decided to give it his all. After returning to the Star of Sin, Zichen summoned everyone. Chapter 2634. See under Sir T. After knowing that Zichen had returned, everyone immediately walked out of the area that was hidden by the formation. In a flash of light, everyone appeared in the teleportation formation on the Star of Sin. When they entered the room, Zichen was already waiting for them. After not seeing each other for decades, everyone's aura had become much stronger. It was obvious that they had improved a lot over the years. Among those from the Tianwu continent, except for LV Peng and Zhang Haoyin, almost everyone was present. Wang Xian, Sun Ling, Qin Feng, and the others had also broken through to the saint level in the past 50 years. They were brought over by the Devil Ape when it returned last time. Zichen's development on the Star Road was good, and the first to benefit were those who had been following him in the Wuji sect. There were less than 40 years before the invasion of the foreign race saints, and everyone was ready for battle. They believed that the invasion of the foreign race saints would definitely surprise them. However, this kind of preparation was obviously not enough to deal with the saints on the Star Road. How's the construction of the teleportation channel going? Looking at these people, Zichen asked. According to LV Peng's estimation, it will be completed within 10 years, Xingqian said. Zichen nodded and said, "All right, after the channel is opened, we will inform those old seniors to come to the Star Road. Didn't you say that there will be something big after you come out of seclusion? What kind of big move is it?" Tyrant asked impatiently. "We are going to the Huite clan." As soon as he finished speaking, Monk opened his eyes wide and said, "Are you going to the Huite clan to steal resources?" He had been on the Star Road for decades and had interacted with Jia Tu and Huang Tu, so he naturally knew about the 3 overlords on the Star Road. However, such an exaggerated expression was not because he was nervous, but because he was excited. This monk was not afraid of anything. It seemed that stealing was his favorite. "We found a coordinate last time, and that will be our breakthrough this time. By the way, where is Yi Qian?" Realizing that Yi Qian was not in the crowd, Zichen asked curiously. "She left with Jia, Tu, and Huang Tuesday." "I heard that something happened," Su Mingyao said. "That's good. She can't participate in this matter. This time, we can't send too many people. Monk, Mengyao, and Demon Ape, follow me. Xingqian, you 3 will come with me. This time, only the 7 of us will go." Those who could go naturally nodded, while those who couldn't had looks of confusion and dissatisfaction on their faces. "Why can't I go?" Amongst them, Lei Ling was the most dissatisfied. After all, he was the first person in the Martial Sky continent to break through to the Saint Realm. Although no one was ranked because of their own comprehension, with the existence of the monk, he naturally shamelessly classified himself as the most talented person. Under the influence of the monk, the Thunder Spirit also believed that it was blessed by the heavens, even more so than the monk. "It's dangerous if there are too many people," Zichen said. "I'm not afraid of danger. The Thunder Spirit was naturally unconvinced. He was once an extraordinary existence, but he had been tricked by Zichen, so he wasn't afraid of Zichen. "This is an order." Zichen's tone turned cold. As soon as he said this, the others who were unwilling to accept lowered their heads. The Thunder Spirit was also silent. This was Zichen. Usually everything was easy to talk about, but when it came to critical moments, everyone had to obey his orders. "You haven't gone to our encampment yet, right? Do you want me to take you there?" Seeing that Zichen was clearly about to leave, Lin Shui suddenly spoke up. "Has it been built?" "It's been built for a few decades and it's already on the scale." Then let's go take a look. Zi-chan gestured for these people to make preparations and make arrangements for the following matters before he headed towards the core area. Naturally, the 4 women were the ones traveling with him, while the others tactfully retreated. Speaking of which, the time they could reunite was really too short. After entering the void with the 4 women, Zi-chen's eyes were filled with shock when he saw the scene before him. What entered his eyes were 10 huge vortexes, and there were nearly 100 cultivators sitting cross-legged under each vortex. These 100 cultivators were not only saints, but also saints who had comprehended the rules of Heaven Way. In addition to these vortexes, there was a huge planet further away. Around that planet, there would be aircrafts flying past from time to time. It was unknown if it was because of these saints, but Saint crystals were constantly flying out of those vortexes. There were a total of 10 vortexes, and on average, a sacred crystal would fly out of them every minute. Over the years, we have produced hundreds of saints. The Green Dragon Grand Sage said that it's enough to deal with those foreign tribes, but it's still not enough to deal with the entire Star Road, Wang Xian'er said as she stood beside Zi-chin. This time we'll give it a try. I believe that the Huate family should have a lot of resources and they won't let us down, Zi-chin nodded and said. Then we'll have to be careful, Wang Xian said. Everyone was ready. Zi-chan returned with the 4 women, and then met up with Tyrant and the rest, and they headed towards the depths of the Star Road. This time, Zi-chan had no intention of hiding his whereabouts, and Tyrant and the rest did not even conceal their auras. The group of people was almost in a straight line as they headed towards the depths of the star field. When they passed by the star fields that were not controlled, they would attract the attention of other forces. However, as if they felt that these people were not to be trifled with, no forces came to stop the 7 of them. In the deepest part of the star field, there was a special space. In this space, there was only one planet. This planet was not big, with a radius of only a few dozen miles, but it contained very rich spiritual energy. On this planet, there were hundreds of cultivators. Among them, there were only 9 male cultivators, and the rest were female cultivators. Their figures and appearances were the best of the best. These people would live here for 1,000 years, and they would not be able to take a step out of this place. Under the situation where their cultivation could not improve, and they could not go out, the people living here naturally enjoyed the most primitive impulses of humans, and lived a chaotic life all day long. These 9 saints had the surname and bloodline of the Huate family, and they were like emperors in the human world. Every day, they would choose different female cultivators to serve them. Life here was extravagant, chaotic, and unbearable. Every year, the saints in the 9 places on this planet would gather together and tell each other about their lives in the past year. It's so boring. 1,000 years, and only 300 years have passed. There are still 700 years to go. I really miss the life outside and miss the women outside. One of the saints, with his hands behind his head, lay on the ground and looked at the sun condensed from energy in the sky and lamented. Immediately after, the others beside him all sighed. 1,000 years of guarding, this was the rule. They could not go out for 1,000 years, and after that they would be free for 1,000 years. In the last 1,000 years, the 9 of them had traveled the star path, relying on the supervisor's token, and they had done whatever they wanted outside. After 1,000 years, they returned here with their only gain, women, and lived 1,000 years of life like a prison. Fortunately, they had brought back hundreds of women, so they did not seem too lonely. Sometimes they could even exchange with each other for a change of taste. Every year's gathering was actually for this purpose. Last time, I sensed that someone had broken through. Weiya, is it someone on your side? A saint with his hands behind his head and looked up at the sky spoke again. It's 15. The saint named Weiya said, Is it 15? The saint's eyes lit up, and he said, I have an impression of 15. Since he has become a saint, shouldn't he contribute? That's right. Let's do it according to the old rules, the other saint said. This was the only thing they cared about in the past 1,000 years. Other than that, there was nothing else they could care about. As for guarding this place, not to mention that no one knew the coordinates of this place. Even if they did, who would have the guts to come here and cause trouble? One had to know that this was the entrance to the Huate family. Although they did not know where the entrance was, they would challenge the Huate family. However, coming here was equivalent to challenging the authority of the Huate clan. On this star road, no one had the guts to do so. These 9 saints who were still discussing the exchange did not know that at this moment there was a team of 7 people who had passed through various star domains and arrived outside the sealed void. Can you find the entrance here? Zi-chan looked at Su Mengyao and asked when they arrived at the coordinates in Huati's memory. Su Mengyao's body flashed with a mysterious light of energy. After a while, she stretched out her slender hand and pointed in a certain direction, saying, "Here." A beam of energy shot out from her finger and landed on a certain space, causing the space to tremble. After a while, a space passage appeared. They walked into the space and saw a pitifully small planet in this space. "Looks like it's here. Let's go." The group of people flashed again and quickly flew toward this planet. There were no restrictions around this planet, so the 7 of them successfully arrived on this planet. The 7 of them stood in the air and spread out their spiritual senses, seeing everything here. After that, their faces were filled with astonishment. There were only 9 male cultivators, and the rest were all women. In their spiritual senses, there were some naked female cultivators who were posing in various positions, as if they were practicing. Su Mengyao, Guangyao, and Mingyu, the 3 beauties, blushed in an instant. The monk retracted his spiritual sense and put his palms together. He chanted the name of Buddha and said, "See no evil." The devil ape spat on the ground in disgust. Xing Qin shook his head. He had some of the astral ancestors' memories, so of course he knew what was going on. Zi-chan remained silent, but the tips of his ears were a little red, and he pretended to be serious. The abnormality in the sky could not escape the senses of these people. The 9 of them raised their heads and looked at a certain spot in the sky. In their subconscious, men were completely ignored, and only women could attract their attention. Coincidentally, there were 3 women in the sky. Furthermore, they were all peerless beauties who could topple cities. In an instant, the 9 people's expressions froze, and they were stunned. Soon, they were filled with disbelief and exclaimed, "It was almost impossible to find such beauties in this world. Beauties, you came at the right time. Do you know where this place is? Who are we?" One of the saints straightened his clothes and said with his head held high. Just as he was thinking about how to greet the beauty, he saw the 8 people beside him instantly take out the supervisor envoy token and throw it at Tianqiong and the others in a rush. Chapter 2635. CNC. The moment they met, they threw out the tokens without saying a word. It was a very bad habit. Advertisement. Moreover, they threw out the tokens with great force, as if they wanted to smash them in their faces. It was not a good habit, but it became a habit of the 9 people. In the 1,000 years, 300 years ago, it was something they were very used to doing. Even after cultivating here for 300 years, they still did not change this habit. They did not guess why these people appeared here. Was it a coincidence? Was it deliberate? They did not consider it, nor had they ever considered it. As an overlord force, they had the entire star path under their feet. All the living beings on the star path were like their servants. Taking out a token like this would be enough to settle all the problems. In their hearts, the 3 peerless beauties in front of them were also their possessions. As long as they took out the tokens, the beauties would obediently be in their hands. In the 1,000 years of the past, this scene had never failed. Soon, the 3 beauties would receive the tokens, and their beautiful faces would be filled with shock. Then they would respectfully come in front of them, kneel on the ground, and offer the tokens with both hands. However, the scene in front of them seemed to be too different from what they had expected. The tokens whistled through the air, and when they reached the three beauties, they suddenly stopped. The token that stopped emitted a strong light and then exploded with a bang. The tokens exploded. They turned into dust and disappeared. On the star path, only tokens were recognized, not people. Now that the token had exploded, they had lost their backing to act like a tyrant. For a moment, their expressions changed and anger appeared on their faces. Only then did they notice that there were four extremely ugly monsters following beside the three peerless beauties. That was right. That was how they felt about Zi-Chen and the others. "Who are you? Do you know what you just did?" One of the young saints shouted coldly. "Three beauties, step aside. I want to see what kind of tricks the people who dare to behave atrociously in the Huite clan have. Consider yourself unlucky. Of all places, you dare to behave atrociously here." The other saints spoke, their words cold, and their eyes surged with murderous intent. In other places, the female cultivators also heard the commotion and saw the people in the sky. As bystanders, they could clearly sense the killing intent from these people. They were very surprised and shocked. It was clear that these people knew where they were. However, they were still emitting killing intent. It was clear that they had come prepared. Advertisement. Moreover, their auras were different from theirs, which meant they were from the life star. The cultivators, there had always been mortal enemies with the cultivators here. Among the female cultivators, there were quite a few saints. They had all used their bodies to exchange for resources from the 9 people to become saints. However, at that moment, after sensing the killing intent from those outsiders, they had no intention of lending a helping hand. Only after coming here did they understand what these people meant by the Hort family. Rather than saying that the 9 of them were members of the Hort family, it would be more accurate to say that they were abandoned children. In the eyes of outsiders, they were the high and mighty supervising messengers. But after following these messengers here, they knew that they were all good-for-nothings who relied on their tokens to swindle others. They didn't have any resources to become a saint at all. They were just using their tokens to occupy them everywhere. As for the promise of becoming a saint king, it was even more unrealistic, because they couldn't go back at all. If they couldn't break through themselves, how could they help them break through? They were brought here. Other than being used for entertainment, they couldn't get any benefits. Moreover, they didn't want to stay here for 1,000 years. Therefore, after sensing the killing intent from those people in the sky, their expressions didn't change at all. They also didn't have any intention of lending a helping hand. In fact, they were silently waiting for something to happen. In the sky, Zi-Chen stood indifferently. There was really nothing to talk about with these people. Moreover, the content of the conversation might not be true. Moreover, Zi-Chen didn't like their expressions. Therefore, Zi-Chen waved his hand. The 7 of them directly charged down toward the 9 saints. "You're courting death. How dare you disrespect the Hort family? We'll destroy your entire family. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly and we'll let bygones be bygones. You can leave, but the women must stay. Why are you still watching the show? Why don't you come and help? Don't tell me that my resources are given to you for free." Faced with Zi-Chen's group of 7 charging down, these people had different reactions. Zi-Chen was the fastest. In an instant, he was in front of a saint and punched him in the head. This punch was fast and ruthless. The saint's expression changed drastically. He couldn't react at all. Bang! The punch hit the saint's head, but it didn't explode. The saint's body swung backward, and a ball of light appeared behind his head. There was a small person in the ball of light. The small person was the saint's soul. At this moment, his face was filled with horror. The saint's soul was thrown out by the punch. Then Zi-Chen grabbed the soul. The saint's soul struggled in Zi-Chen's hand. He was clearly terrified. The saint's physical body's expression froze. His eyes were lifeless as his body fell backward. All this happened in a single punch. Before the monk and the rest arrived, one of the 9 saints was already missing. In a flash, Zi-Chen came to the side of the second saint and punched again. A powerful force fell on the saint's body and shook his soul out again. The second saint fell. He didn't have any injuries on his body, but he lost his soul. All the vitality in his body dissipated. This scene made the other saints beside him tremble in fear. They shouted one after another. Some belatedly realized that these people might not have appeared here unintentionally. They must have come here on purpose. The monk, the demon ape, Xing Chen, and the rest followed. In a one-on-one situation, no one in the entire star path dared to say that they could defeat these people. Even the true direct descendant of the Jiatu family, Jiatu Huangtu, who had a saint-level physical body, could only fight to a draw with Xing Chen. At that time, Xing Chen had just become a saint, but Jiatu Huangtu had been in this realm for many years. In this battle, the female cultivators in the distance who had been brought here willingly, coerced, or lured here, saw the saints fall one by one. Although they knew that these people were not true direct descendants and could even be said to be abandoned, they still had the surname Huete and came from the Huete family. They knew many secret techniques of the Huete family and had very powerful means. But in front of these people, their means were useless, and the battle ended as soon as it started. 9 saints fell, and 9 souls were left behind. They were trembling and begging for mercy and fear. Soul search, Zi-Chen ordered indifferently. The female cultivators in the distance didn't run away, perhaps because they were too frightened. Instead, they stood there in a daze. The soul search ended quickly, and the souls of the 9 saints dissipated. In their minds, except for all kinds of dazzling knowledge of royal maidens, there were very few records of other things. Even the heavenly path techniques they had mastered only accounted for a small part. These people were sent out after the Huete family was completely sealed. Without the supply of resources, it was impossible for them to become saint kings, and their strength wouldn't even improve. Under such circumstances, they began to enjoy the beauty of the world and the most primitive impulse. Their combat skills were constantly deteriorating. In all these years, because of the token, they had never fought with anyone, and even rarely used their energy. How sad! Xing Chen sighed softly. These people also didn't know where to go back, as if they had been abandoned by the Huete family. However, they were certain that the entrance was on this planet, because they had appeared from here, and their purpose was to guard this place. After the soul search, the monk cleaned up the battlefield. Zi-Chen stood in the air, looking down at the female cultivators, and said, "You can go now." These female cultivators were stunned at first, but then some of them showed surprise on their faces. There were also some who appeared to be at a loss. The ones who showed surprise were the saints, although they didn't have much weight in the depths of the star path. As long as they reached the edge of the star path, they were really important figures. Knowing that there was no hope for them to become saint kings, they had always wanted to leave. As for those female cultivators who didn't get any benefits, or who didn't get enough to become saints, they had nowhere to go if they left now. A great battle will break out here soon. If you continue to stay here, your lives will be in danger. Zi-Chen stopped persuading them and said directly, "If you want to leave, you can leave now. If you don't want to leave, you can stay here." Obviously, Zi-Chen meant that if they stayed here, they couldn't blame others if they died. After hesitating for a while, these female cultivators decided to leave. If they stayed here, they could only wait for death. There was still a way out. Moreover, the purpose of these people was very obvious. It involved a real overlord force, and it wasn't something that heavenly realm cultivators like them could participate in. What Zi-Chen didn't expect was that after these people left today, they would establish a force that was as famous as thunder many years later. The devil ape sent these people out of the planet and opened the passage that they had entered. After watching all these people leave, it turned around and returned. Su Mengyao sat cross-legged and began to mobilize the laws of the ethereal in action to deduce the abnormalities of this planet. This planet didn't look big, but it wasn't something that could be done in a day or two if he wanted to deduce all the places on this planet. This deduction took 2 years. Zichen and the others sat cross-legged to guard her. Just as Su Mengyao opened her eyes, a teleportation array lit up in the Tianwu continent, and LV Peng's figure appeared in the Wuji sect. The teleportation channel was finally completed. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.